welcome back to Week in Review with Doooovid. I'm your host, Church of Entropy, here with you this Sunday evening, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Looking forward to a great show. Got some great news today, which I'll allow Doooovid to share with you. Why don't you take us off, Doooovid, and start the show?
Hey, Jennifer. A great week, everybody. I guess the week is ending. The weekend's coming to an end, and ready for another week and another week in review. So some good excitement this week. People follow me on Twitter, see that BitChute, tweeted me out, and then now reached out to me and asked me to migrate some of my content, or maybe all my content, over, and officially welcomed me under their Twitter page. Do a quick just screen share real quick so could see the karma, some good signs hopefully. And so BitChute, please give a warm welcome to Reb Doooovid, who joined us today. Check out his channel for lots of interesting debate and ideas, multiple truth hypothesis, multiverse, AI, truth discovery, and chess studies related to decision making. So hopefully that's a good sign. So now here I am. I got 11 subscribers on BitChute. That video's got 98 views. Looks like some of the other views, the one with Church of Entropy on social trends using the multiple truth hypothesis, 2 views. They only uploaded 15 videos, so I'm not sure if they're going to upload all of it or I have to do it or how that works. So we'll talk about that moving forward, but I thought that was a pretty cool update. So let's, as usual, open up with a tune. There's a lot to talk about, and even more exciting than BitChute, is that I finally did some videos on the multiple truth hypothesis, and I'm getting a pretty cool feel for how this is headed, where this is headed, and that this could be a real thing, a real theory that actually is revolutionary. So let's open up with a quick Yiddish tune. This one, I think it's from Yom Tov Ehrlich, who I actually was friendly with his grandson in Israel and in Brooklyn, who was a famous Yiddish Hasidic musician, singer, probably a prayer leader also, and he wrote lots of tunes. And this one had words, and I mean it sometimes is done with a tune, sometimes with words, but it's also one of these generic Yod Hey Vav Hey, the holy name of God, 4-part structure with the 1 2 3 2 meditation on God's name, and it has kind of like a nice klezmer, gypsy type Eastern Europe style that's almost signature, unique to Hasidic music, one of my personal favorites. So let's start with a tune, and also when we talk about the multiple truth hypothesis, you'll see that some of these studies related to cognitive dissonance mention the effect of music, and some of these studies about cognitive dissonance with music in the background actually change the result. And there's some sort of scientific evidence to show that music is directly involved in the reduction of dissonance. So if that Yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, yeah. Oh, ah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, yeah. Ay, 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 And just for a little quick bit about the music theory and the entering to the third part, I think musically they call a bridge, which is like in Hasidic tunes they use those all the time, and there's different reasons they could be inserted. Musically, it could be a timing part, or it could be just a communal chanting way where it's easier to change key by using a bridge. So it's a common chanting technique, and could be we'll talk in this stream or certainly moving forward about this concept of music being involved in the dissonance reduction process, possibly in the same way that drug use is. It's just that there's a certain pain level to the dissonance that clogs all minds due to the difficulty of correctly perceiving the world, and music is a very effective way of groupthink or multiple methods of just submitting and surrendering to a certain interpretation of the world, even though there might be difficulties with the strategy that's being employed. And in the theory of music, like I've been saying the last few weeks, specifically Hasidic tunes, meditations on the name of God in the four-part structure, and they're also kind of like journeys of the life cycle, where in classical music theory, it's called theme and variation, where it's kind of like a simple musical signature that has a few notes and a few basic principle of a pattern of going up and down. And then in the part two, it gets a little faster in a variation on the theme to the third part, which is the most intense, to go back to the second part, which is maybe comparable to the life cycle, the beginning like a baby, to a middle age, to adulthood, to a fall back down to old age. But that there's somewhat like divine patterns to life trajectories and the path of the struggles that we go through in life that largely could be best expressed through music. So with that, hopefully it'll be an exciting week in review. So how's it going, Jennifer?
Pretty good. Yeah, I think the function that singing plays is like the way any, I don't know if we can call it a quantum transition, but it's like a synchronization, which allows for, I guess it's like a, do you know what's another word for tare, Tare? When you're weighing stuff in the lab, you push the tare button. I need a different word for that, because tare, if I just say tare, no one's going to know what I'm talking about. But I don't know. Anyway, it calibrates, I suppose, certain levels of consciousness. So everybody kind of becomes synchronized, and I'm not sure exactly where the good feeling comes from, but maybe maybe you have to put less energy into thinking, because the thinking is being done on a collective level and is like synchronizing to sort of simplify the process or the computational complexity of thinking. And part of the pain of thinking is the complexity of it. So it serves to
let's wait.
Simplify things a little bit.
Let's wait, and we'll enter a whole discussion on this related to the cognitive dissonance. So if you want to do
talk
our
about my
weekend reviews, and
review.
then
I'm still
then
like I'm still like getting used to my whole physics proof thing because it's like it's really good and it totally explains the mechanism of cosmological expansion, and I'm really happy about it. So I'm just sort of enjoying that. I know it's been 2 weeks, and I also finally found some styrofoam balls, so I'm making a big 3D periodic table model, which is not quite done, but it's on the way.
there'll
And
be some overlap because what I did this week on the multiple truth hypothesis and the slides that I wanted to go over, largely related to the theories I'm advancing in the multiverse, actually covers cosmic expansion because that's a backbone of the multiverse.
I don't think it's the backbone of the multiverse. I think the backbone of the multiverse is that there's multiple universes because of some sort of dimensions being orthogonal to ours or
That's part
vibrating
of it. I'm just saying
plane.
in the slides that the goal is to explain the multiverse. It goes through the explanation of the cosmic expansion as a necessary axiom or explanatory prerequisite to understand the multiverse.
Okay. Well, maybe I don't know. I didn't see it, but it sounds like you need to take that into account for the theory to work, right? Because the majority of the observable galaxies are redshifted. And I think that's the question. That's like whatever theory you end up with, that question has to get answered. And my model predicts it. It even predicts a faster than light speed recession, which doesn't actually violate Lorentz transform, aka special relativity. So I'm pretty happy about that. And
What are these new slides that you did,
this
or
is my
just something
most
you've been
recent
thinking about?
article. It's my most recent article on how the universe is. I don't want to use the word created, but the most creation-ish type of the cycle, that mechanism as arising from quantum state exclusion predicts why there's an expansion, because the exclusion events always precipitate more empty space. It's like literally created when there's the exclusion event. So because it's just all created, there's no real mechanism for destruction of space per se. There's a mechanism for compression of mass, which is gravity, but there's only really a mechanism for creation of space, not destruction of space. Which is why you get the net acceleration or redshifted observable universe.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to fit this in when I talk about truth discovery and this kind of how do you structure and understand data, and as a teacher, in terms of like a multiple truth hypothesis, do you frame it in terms of like a Newton standing on the shoulders of giants, and therefore you have to explain the theories of your predecessors at length, and actually you spend more time explaining your predecessors' theories, and so that a person could understand your theory in the logical extension of the previous theories, like as the famous quote's been said many times of people standing on the shoulders of giants. Or do you try to build up the structure to your theory basically from scratch, not using
Yeah.
or create your own predetermined structure of curriculum and say, well, you could understand my theory if you understood these and these ideas and fields, regardless of whether you understood the history of ideas. And then obviously for a general acceptance and a phase in, phase out of practicality of how new ideas are incorporated into a actively moving world with lots of momentum. How you go about seeing the effect of the current state of understanding, and how new ideas, if they're your ideas, and there's whole theories in sciences about curves and adaptation processes. But as our ideas get advanced further, I'm taking more the approach of the standing on the shoulders of giant, and therefore I have to go through these long, drawn out streams of showing the current state of knowledge and teaching people, the people who have said similar things to me, even though most of the people listening to me are completely unfamiliar with these other people. So it's like, just get on and say what you got to say. It's like, no. First, I have to spend hours and hours and hours teaching you what my great predecessors had said, had tried to answer the similar question that I'm asking before I give my answer.
Yeah, teaching is very hard, and it also depends what you're trying to teach, right? So it's like defining scope, and it's a non-trivial matter for sure. Like, I could tell you my approach, but that's not a guarantee that it's the right approach. So I think it is important to talk about history, but then it's like, if you get bogged down, then it's hard to distinguish what you're saying versus this history background, right? So it ultimately, comes down to narratives, as cheesy as that sounds, but the power of like information structured to a particular timeline
basically
has value, right? So I've just put something on the screen here. I'm sorry that you can't see it, but yeah, basically I wanted to give an example of a historical treatise that I had done. So I've got my
Can you
PowerPoint
mention
there.
something just quickly, that a narrative is a form of metadata of history, because you're looking at, there's a huge amount, a data set of things that have happened historically, and the narrative is picking out and saying that this is the metadata that's important of these certain events that happened out of the millions of other events that were happening. You could create a structure of causes and effects that is more powerful than all the other data out there would be able to create for you. And that's kind of the scientific concept. You could say, no, narrative is a scientific concept, by saying this is scientifically the best narrative because it's the best representation of a cause-effect structure to explain how we got to the current state of reality.
Yeah, and there's an art to it, because like, you have to frame it somehow, but if it's looking too framed, then people are going to be like, well, this is just shilling, right? So I want to just give an example. For those of you who are interested in all these slides, they're on schoolofentropy.wordpress.com. Just go to slides and PDFs. It's in two formats there that you can check out. They are a little dense, but it sort of gives you like a baseline of what you'd expect at the very axiomatic fundamental level of these things. And then obviously it's really a lot more fun when you can get into using it, but your ability to use it depends on your mastery of axioms. So I do a historical treatise, and what I'm trying to do is basically like present it from a dawn of man type perspective, where it's like, we've had, the survival strategy of higher intelligence for a long time, but our discovery of numbers really distinguished the course of our civilization, right? And then you could say like the degree to which we use numbers did have like a correlation or a connection to how society ordered itself. So I'm trying to get people to think about a couple things is, what does it mean to do measurements? What is the point of numbers and math, and like how we understand computation and measurement, and how we've understood it throughout history. So major ideas, I'm sort of, again, it's like the caveman vibe that I'm doing. I'm saying like, okay, imagine you knew nothing and I was going to try to teach you everything from the ground up. And it's like a model of how mankind, like over a really long period of time, gained increasing levels of mastery over things like math and measurement and physics and things like this. So numbers, number zero, negative numbers, these are all conceptual leaps in some sense, because there's like a directionality that negative numbers have that positive numbers don't. So it's more abstract. This idea of debt versus assets, even the number zero, in a way, it's more complexity, because you're not just counting things right in front of you. You're aware of the fact that there is a thing, and that the thing is still defined by virtue of its absence if we say there's like 0 coconuts here. So that's a big one. And then I went into geometry and all these other developments and try to link it to measurement. Finally, the limit of measurement, which is this abstract calculus idea, which is another level of abstraction, general derivatives, the Taylor series. So these are basically things that I think are important conceptually to sort of see where I'm coming from. And that's basically how I tied it into a narrative. So not very heavy on history, but enough that it gives it a context. And then I think that makes it more salient. So for you've done a lot of work in expounding things, but it's not specific enough to what you're saying now. The whole point is to make the historical things in the context, and basically what you're exploring are like things that are in the same field, but how it needs to be made more clear a little bit, like how exactly that would have contributed to multiple truth hypothesis. Like this happened, this was the theory, this was the result, and this fact that it was missing this opens the door for this vis-a-vis the multiple truth hypothesis, for example. That's maybe one thing you could look at doing. But yeah, if you want, did you want to say something, or did you want me to keep rambling about axioms?
Well, maybe we cover just the week in review. I mean, we didn't even do that yet, and before we move on and then kind of chart out exactly the various scientific ideas that we want to talk about. So it's not just kind of like a jumble of one thing to the next.
Well, I already gave my week in review. Like it wasn't much. I'm kind of doing a bit of renos right now. So I just made a periodic table model and sat back and marveled at my own brilliance vis-a-vis solving the redshift problem. I was just like, wow. And I didn't even realize, because like originally it was just supposed to be about ether. I was like, okay, better go into ether, and then I end up accidentally proving why there's redshifting. So yay. I'm just yeah. I don't want to say recovering. God, there's just nothing I can say that's going to even sound good right now. So we should just move on. But yeah, I'm done explaining my week in review. I don't have anything else. And in terms of stuff that's been happening, we could go into that. And that's still week in review, but it's not my week in review anymore. I guess my week just wasn't all that exciting. I watched a bunch of the JF show. I got 2 JF mods in the chat right now, so I got a lot of JF watching in today. He's great.
I'm not totally
I don't think I watched him this week. And
Anthony Fauci, Americans don't
so I did
believe
2 long
science
streams
and they don't
that were
believe
both
authority.
like 4 hours, mostly of me reading scientific papers. Let me just ramble a few things off to clear them off my desk. Is my screen share working fine? Can you give me the whole screen?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, so this was a random, New York Times opinion section. It's, something to think about. Take back the streets from the automobile, and that it could be there'll be a convergence from different factors of urban planning, where there's been the wars kind of over the automobile versus foot and the walking scores in the U.S. and especially here in Detroit, we're big fans of the automobile, and cities are largely built for the car. They're where the car has precedence over the person. In European cities or newer cities, environmental concerns is to give back precedence to the person. So that COVID-19, possibly because we have to be outside anyways and various things. So it's just something interesting to think about. The article wasn't that good, but the topic might be something worth discussing. I'm sure Gondorf or someone like that might have interesting thoughts on that, but I could see that becoming a new reality of this probably ongoing COVID-19, where maybe they'll close down roads and expand human activity into the streets because it's too dangerous to meet inside. But then, a place where I am, it's going to get cold at some point. So let me just pound through these. This is somewhat related to stuff we're going to talk about. related to the multiple truth hypothesis. This is modern synthesis, which is this kind of evolutionary attempt to find a unified theory of evolution, which is actually quite difficult. So there's these internal debates among evolutionists, but in reality, there is no grand unified evolution. There's a lot of internal
Well,
debates.
I think there kind of is one, and it's mine. And people can either, accept it or not. But my model does predict it all, doesn't it? So, I mean,
yeah, but I was saying, of so to say, accepted models that have been published and peer reviewed, or that you're going to find in journals or on Wikipedia. So that's why I'm just showing Wikipedia and generally, as I mentioned, alternative platforms. There's there's not really a voice for alternative platforms in the current dichotomy. I went over this. I'll talk about in Week in Review the current structure of science and the way science is organized. I had some slides on the organizational structure of Hare Krishna from the ISKCON, from one of those meetings that was actually pretty interesting. I thought might be something worth going over. People were messaging me this, big deal. Albert Pike, the big scholar on Scottish Rite Freemasonry. I have his whole library of books. Statue was taken down. He was a general for the Confederate Army, although it's questionable his role in slavery, and he was kind of a repentant, and most of his literature was published after the war, where he kind of makes good with the North. But his statue came down, and his book, he was a Kabbalist also, so Albert Pike incorporates large amounts of Kabbalah into his Freemasonry. So that's pretty, anyone interested in Freemasonry, that's one of Doovid's big subjects, the science of Freemasonry, specifically Albert Pike, is because I probably read more literature on Freemasonry from Albert Pike from any other famous Mason. So that's a pretty big news. Bhakti Charu Swami, I think he's the head of GBC and the current leader of ISKCON, the Hare Krishna movement, and the way they have their current model, where they have like year appointments of people that or that have a few year period as head. So if he's not currently the head, he was recently the head, is seriously sick, maybe on a respirator or in ICU for COVID-19. A lot of times you find that vegetarians weather these pandemics better, but no, not in this case. And so, big name head of ISKCON is, God forbid, they're sending out the letters to pray and chant. And, so if anyone cares about ISKCON and the Hare Krishna movement, you could, chant and pray for Bhakti Charu Swami, who is in critical condition with COVID-19 right now in Florida. Haikori Nakamura is on Doovid's channel. You can see I have even Nakamura this year. I think even within my most recent videos, within the last 50 videos, I have Nakamura when he came to Detroit. But chess has become extremely popular, and now Nakamura is one of the top biggest 5 Twitch streamers, averaging over 10,000 live viewers on Twitch streaming hours a day. This chart right here at the beginning is when he streamed, and the brighter the colors, the more viewership. But with the COVID-19, online chess has increased dramatically. And this guy Nakamura, who is not the best player in the world, but he's from the top players in the world, and he's the best at playing with very quick time controls, which is conducive to internet play, was primed to become very popular. And then he had where he was playing chess with popular streamers, and then he organized a tournament. Even Destiny was playing chess, but he organized a tournament of popular gamer streamers. So this Nakamura is more in the realm of chess as gaming. But it's interesting that it's so big now on Twitch that he's averaging over 10,000 live viewers. And generally when he's on now is the top 5 thing viewed on Twitch, but Twitch is more gaming. I think he posts his videos to YouTube after, but doesn't live stream. So he's on YouTube, and his YouTube videos get tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of views. But for the gaming, it's more a Twitch thing. So that's an interesting development. And so I have these slides on the multiverse and physics that we might go over later. I have this Tegmark paper, and I wanted to discuss some of these things with Jennifer and the Hare Krishna slides. So, and then let me go over my videos. So I did 2 videos. The first one Monday night, and 4 hours, and I read mostly from papers. And if anyone's been in university and knows, like, this is what academic university is like a graduate session or something, and you get a few scholars, and most of them get up and read word for word from their papers. And so, if you watch like Harvard or University of Michigan, like where I went, or Jennifer, University of Ottawa, this kind of like academic procedure is you just get up there and read from papers or PowerPoint. So I did that for hours to kind of set a background for the cornerstone ideas that multiple truth hypothesis is going to be based on, and also as a training exercise for myself, just to get the proper technical terms that people saying similar ideas to me are using, and to get these names and words flowing off my tongue very quickly and smoothly, so I could better express these ideas. So I read this famous paper. Actually, I don't know how famous it is, but I don't think anyone had ever used this expression of multiple truth hypothesis. And but there was this geologist in 1890, Chamberlain, who wrote this paper, Method of Multiple Working Hypothesis, where he talks interesting, like in geology, where you have different factors at the same time, and different theories that are trying to explain it, and rather than going to a default accepted, we're going to work with one hypothesis to kind of have a method to keep in your mind that all of these probably have explanatory purpose. And Thomas Kuhn kind of mentions that, like evolution, or this kind of like group think, where the elites or some scientific process forwards one theory, and you really have to work within that one theory, as opposed to a more true to the scientific method of working with all these various theories. And then I went in depth about kind of the scientific realism and the philosophy of science, and what is largely overtaken the understanding of today as scientific realism is using the scientific method to basically explain everything. Kind of like Luke Ford, or like morals and ethics. Not everything could be explained by economics, but scientific realism is like evidence-based practices basically for everything, and that will largely overtake all fields. Will be some sort of evidence-based method, if that we will call science, but that's for further discussion. And I go more another article on nursing, because it gives a good overview of these history of scientific ideas. And there's also this thing, Carper's theory of nursing, that was in the 70s. It's also similar to the multiple truth hypothesis, and more so than Chamberlain's paper, because she actually tries to give a numerical method and weighting system, where you'd have these other factors like morals and ethics, and maybe scripture and other things, and there'd be some sort of weighting factor to give a value to these different things. This paper is largely critical of the system, but it's a framework similar. Then Jennifer came on and did her slides on cognitive dissonance. In the second half of the stream, I focused on the current state of cognitive dissonance, and just what is it, the history of the development of the idea, and then some of the more current research into the cognitive neural basis of dissonance, and in connection to emotions and music. And then I reviewed this action-based model that connects cognitive dissonance to action, where the dissonance isn't just a mental process, but it is related actually to the action of the body. And the main purpose of dissonance is to inhibit the inhibition of action, where a person immediately discounts the alternative, because in order to act, what you call it, free will, or however your paradigm of understanding, just the choice of choosing from various possibilities, that the natural tendency is to discount the possibility that you didn't choose. And so the explanation action based, and that's because otherwise that would inhibit action. If you don't discount the idea that you didn't choose, you're less likely to act on the idea that you did choose. So you have a beneficial purpose of discounting the idea that you didn't choose, because it leads you to act upon the idea that you did. So the action-based model is pretty interesting, and actually is probably the most in correspondence with modern science. So I'm not even mentioning really how these fit into the multiple truth hypothesis, but all of these things are framework and similar. So the second day, I did another 4 hours of streaming, and I talked about this concept of truth discovery, which is very important and probably one of the most important pillars for the direction of the multiple truth hypothesis, which is how the computer goes about determining the truth, which we're calling truth discovery. And I found a nice paper that reviews the most common methods of truth discovery. And I'm probably going to go about explaining it through chess programs and things like artificial intelligence, and how the computer goes about understanding and playing chess. But the reality is everything is moving towards giving the computer a definition. The computer uses a numeric type method similar to the multiple truth hypothesis, where the computer gets information and then has to rate the information, rate the source of the information, try to validify, verify the information, and will eventually give some sort of numerical score to the likely validity of the information. And that's the process that the computer goes through for truth discovery, where me and Jennifer have talked about in the past, where truth is somewhat like a percentage or number, where the computer, through a process of truth discovery, has given a likelihood of something being true, and there's various methods that are doing it, but that's the direction, and possibly the current state already. We're at the point, if me and Jennifer, whoever the greatest minds, are talking what's true or not true, that the reality is we would settle it with the computer. That we might program a computer or train the computer to settle it, but we would recognize that the computer would be better able to decipher truth from the vast amount of information than our processing power, or we'll talk about that more. So I at least wanted to cover some of that, and a lot of that part is going to be extremely complicated. It's going to be basically mathematical and computer programming. And I went a little bit on the holographic universe. I found this paper also. I'll leave it open. It's probably a good thing to talk about, is these various forms of multiverses and theories, and the assumptions that they make. And so I read Tegmark's famous paper in Scientific America about the multiverse, and this other paper by Johnson. And then I go on to talk a little bit about chess and the history of psychology in chess, and why chess has been such an important and long used item in the field of psychology and the science of thought. So there's a lot of stuff to go on. If let Jennifer give her comments, and then maybe I could show a few of these diagrams from the physics things to Jennifer, and have her comment on that also.
Sounds good. That was a lot of different things. So I don't know if we're going to go over them individually or through the lens of meta-analysis, or how you wanted to do that. But I did have an interesting thought with regards to the first article that you posted, which was the "taking back the streets from cars" meme. And I was thinking about this in the context of what had been discussed earlier on the JF show about how, like, peacocks carry around a huge tail because it's like a self-crippling to show how vital you are, that you can, like, hold this giant weight and still be so virile. type thing, and sort of got me thinking about it's like evolutionary pathways of competition, which lead to these like, I mean, you could almost call them like comically like oversized, like exaggerated, sort of like the plumage of a peacock is sort of the ultimate example of that. But I was thinking like we have all these prosthetic devices like cars and things like that, and computers that like augment us as some type of cyborg. And I was thinking like the replication costs of these social prostheses, energetically speaking, is like larger than the individual replication cost. And I was thinking like that, if when that's the case, it should be called a technocracy. And then when it's the other way, then it should be called something else. Because it's like, it's funny to look at it through the lens of like every single thing you own being some type of signaling device for reproductive fitness. It's a funny kind of lens. It makes I would say a fair number of predictions. I would say it's a pretty good model. But yeah, that was one thought that I had. But other than that, we can take it in whatever direction you want. There's a lot of interesting material there. It always comes back to this multiverse thing. When do you give up a theory that makes no good result? Like how many times does a theory have to fail before you abandon it?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, I think the multiverse is the most likely of the theories moving forward. So if you want to
Do you
just
have any idea how absurd that sounds, given that there's no evidence for a multiverse?
Well, so if you just want to go, I'll enter back into screen share and get your commentary on the highlight of some of these stuff from Tegmark that I read through. So if I read this whole article word for word, the whole 6 pages. This is Tegmark's famous Scientific American article on the multiverse. I think it's like 2003 or something. It's almost 20, May 2003. And Tegmark's framework is 4 levels of the multiverse. And the level 1 is where everything is just within our, so to say, 3-dimensional universe under the same laws, and just assuming an infinite space and just working with the infinite space and saying, if the size of our whole universe, from what we understand, is like 10 to the 40th power, what would it, how far do you have to go out to the probability that you would have another replica of the exact same thing of our universe? And just based on the astronomically large size of infinity, the fact is that mathematically you could demonstrate that in infinite space you will have infinite sub-universes. And so it's a question of how much could you extrapolate from mathematics. But that's the simplest multiverse, just what's beyond, if space goes out forever and forever, what's out there. And so just mathematically, versus what he has is the second level. The multiverse is which would be different spheres where there's possibly different dimensions in the 10-dimension universe or something, where you would have overlapping or interconnected multiple universes that isn't because of infinite expanse of space going out and out forever, but because of something like multiple dimensions or an interplay of universes. And that could allow for possibly different constants. Because according to Tegmark, if you say there's about 30 necessary like equations or constants or laws for the universe as we know it to be, where level 2 versus level 3, some more and more things change, where you could have different laws and different things, and then level 3 is the multiverse.
That just seems like you've already gone into crazy town. The universe is big, therefore there's
just okay laws. Like, I mean,
I'm
no offense.
Lost. I'm honestly lost. Like,
no offense to you, but it's like, okay, like you're telling Tegmark he went into crazy town and saying like, okay, like God forbid of like the tiny amount of people that listen to us or watch us, probably like half the people, even who are on our side, think we're crazy. But Tegmark is like the head of physics at MIT.
Well, let's think here.
And
I'm
okay. That
covering
means
stuff that has evidence for it, and people are getting triggered, and they're like, "Oh my God, you said something I don't like." It's like, hello, I can literally prove to you using science that people don't like truth because it causes cognitive dissonance because people live in denial. And what's he saying? The universe is big, therefore there's got to be some other universe that's identical. There's got to be some segment of the universe identical to ours. That's not an argument for multiverse.
Well, I just meant for you to be saying that's not you to be telling Tegmark that that's not mainstream science. It's like you don't have a platform to tell Tegmark that he's not mainstream science. It's like
I'm not saying he's not mainstream science. This thing is mainstream science, but it's still very controversial because people don't like it because it's unfalsifiable in the bad way, in the sense that it doesn't make predictions. So it's tautologically unfalsifiable. So it's like the purple pony thing. It's basically on par with the purple ponies thing. And it's like, okay, I'm just stating a fact. Like, I think it's an emperor has no clothes type of situation. It's like, ooh, it's so mysterious. The universe is so big. It's like,
okay, well, I mean, we got 20 some people watching, and I don't think it pays to have Jennifer Strawman, Tegmark or anything like that, because I mean, just in his paper, they do go through the predictions that could make. I mean, if you want to do your own like a critique of Tegmark, feel free. But I read largely from Tegmark. I think for the purpose of discussion, there's a few interesting things that you might gain from this. So if I still have the screen share, this paper is from Johnson, but here his what he would give 11 different versions of a multiverse, quilted finite, quilted infinite, inflationary, landscape, membrane, cyclic, bounce, holographic, quantum stimulated, ultimate. And he actually goes through and lists the assumptions, the axioms. So, quilted finite is just infinite extended space or infinite space. And actually the axioms, even for holographic, are not that many. And in this paper, there's even some of the evidence within the realm of Big Bang astrophysics in the first place, testing realm that they mention. And I mean, if Jennifer wants to make her critique of Johnson and Tegmark, I encourage her to. This is Tegmark's paper, which I cover. I didn't read through this in my review. I just read the shorter one in Scientific American, but this one shows the different pieces of evidence. And I have Tegmark's book, and something if we could get someone like Tegmark on Week in Review, that would be awesome. And if Jennifer wants to give her critique of physics, I mean, we could discuss that. But that's this. But from Tegmark's paper, I thought maybe just Jennifer's opinion, not necessarily her opinion on Tegmark or in general, but just this diagram where he's giving this view of a unified field of physics where you have general relativity and quantum field theory, and the various constants and assumptions that lead to classical mechanics and the various fields like mechanics, hydrodynamics, thermodynamics, astrophysics, or evolution, all the way down to psychology and sociology, that there would be some sort of grand unified theory. And so he's got kind of the graph with the big question mark at the top, and so Church of Entropy, her theory, in general, within a Tegmarkian frame, is that that question mark.
A Tegmarkian frame. Well, I guess they're looking at it from a foundational. If there's going to be a unified field model, what is it going to look like? And then everything else is already figured out.
Just before you mention, we should really discuss ISKCON also, and I have those slides open because it's related. Where like if you said from some level who is the closest to some theory like, Church of Entropy that's, popular, written book and well known. You say, well, Tegmark. And then, like, Jennifer would be like, oh, Tegmark's the worst of all of them. And it's kind of like you're competing sects in, like Vaishnavism, where it'd be like, or even Hasidic Judaism, where it's like no, I'm not Chabad, I'm this competing sect, and everyone thinks I'm Chabad. And you're like, no, I hate this other sect, they're the worst. But aren't you basically the same as they are? And
Rabbi Tegmark is a heretic.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, Tegmark is the person that you have, in order for your theories to become popularized. Tegmark is the guy you need to be standing on the shoulder of. And if you knock Tegmark down as opposed to standing on his shoulder, you've defeated your own purposes.
Well, if Tegmark's axioms are wrong, what am I going to do? Pay a tribute to bad axioms? I have attempted to pay tribute to the thinkers that I genuinely think contributed to something worthwhile, but frankly, like, history's mired in deceit, and sorry,
Yeah,
but
so you're just going to dismiss Harvard and MIT.
I'm not dismissing Harvard or MIT. I actually know some people at MIT, and they're great scientists. And I'm sure that if I could have, an hour to explain to them my theory, they'd be cool with it. It's just like, yeah, it's not going to be as complicated as this. And so it's kind of like, to trim the fat to that extent on science just seems unfathomable. So I kind of feel like I've already lost, and that there's no way.
You click on my screen so people can see this chart.
Sure. Yeah, like, so I just feel like no matter what I do, they're never going to accept me with open arms.
Well, you could say, like, of course, everyone's, presumably a certain percentage of people will always reject you. A certain percentage of people, if it's like a 20-20, like a 20% of people will be actively against you. And of those 20% of people, 20% of those people will actually desire to do harm to you. So 4% of people desire extreme harm to you. And on the flip side, 20% of people have positive side towards your view, and 4% of people will.
4% of people would be willing to do harm on my behalf, depending on which side of the coin it lands on, right?
Yeah, but so if you're saying your ideas, and even if your ideas were correct and were accepted among the world, like a science like Newton or some, like, if that's such a thing, where someone could have an idea that had been accepted among the masses and it was openly attributed to you, that wouldn't change the fact that 20% of people would still hate you and 4% of people would still wish to do you harm.
Or 20% of people would be fervent devotees and 20% of them would be willing to do harm in my name.
Well, you're saying that's,
right?
That's the case, but it's saying that whether people were convinced of your theories or not.
If I could be personified as a, super evil, when it's like, hey, I've got a periodic table. Is that evil? Claire did call the periodic table an idol, and she's, quantum opposed to idolatry. So
here's Tegmark's mathematical model, just showing also related to physics, the fields of mathematics. And you see, from doing the research, like I showed in evolution, it's really a big mess. And there's a lot of internal, without your Gödel's incompleteness theorem, but of all these various fields of mathematics, just unifying two of these various fields usually produces errors. That there's internal logical conflicts to just unify, two fields of mathematics, let alone to unify all of mathematics and physics. And I cover in depth, in my stream, this philosophy of, kind of the Aristotle versus Plato, what's more important, math or utility of correctly describing the material world. And you're saying if the math says that it's this way and the material world appears to express something different than what the math yields, you say, I'm going to go with the math, or you're going to go with the material realm. And there's a question of truth discovery in the computer. Like if you wanted to say Newton F equals ma, and the computer gave you like a percentage truth, and what is that going to be, 99%, or maybe it's 1%? And if you're looking like from the things we know, maybe F equals ma, or the bigger things like E equals mc squared, or the best things of electromagnetism, that even those things from a true perspective of how accurate, how close are they to truth, might be quite small. And versus if they're an exact description of reality. So as my phone ring, this mute, I'll let Jennifer say her comments and take it off screen share.
Hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, Doovid's got real books, and if you notice some of these internet pundits, Jay Dyer, have fake books, and it's just kind of funny to see the contrast between the real books and the fake books. So yeah, I'm basically up against multiverse people, which are basically like on par with Merope's guy. So it's just like, don't, if you can't tell, I don't care what you think, basically. It should speak for itself. But I don't know, paying homage to people, it's just a question of for what, I'm very reticent, to say the least, to endorse people. You back, Doovid?
Yeah, just my phone rang. It was actually Deshaun trying to find the show.
Deshaun! Did you tell him to just type in Church of Entropy?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He might be trying to do it with his cell phone and have like a older cell phone model. And you could use that as an example and kind of understanding these things like white privilege or something like that, where it's like, okay, of course I have high-speed internet. Of course I have multiple laptops in my parents' house. We have computers in every single room. And of course I have the most up-to-date iPhone. I don't have the most up-to-date one, but I have like the i8 Plus, and I could stream from my phone. And and I have the plan that I have unlimited internet and various things that I guess thank God are advantages of taking high birth versus something that can't necessarily be taken for granted, of being like in Detroit or something, living in Detroit, that where you live has high speed internet, or where that just having something like a good enough a phone or computer to stream from. And just like last week, Church of Entropy, the post Adam Green show, we got like 30 viewers, and then her internet goes down. It's just like bam. Karma's karma. But there's factors of streaming, and I'm thinking about investing a few $1,000 more to improve my streaming. But there's certainly that technical, professional, and monetary aspect to streaming.
Yeah, it was basically the worst possible timing, wasn't it, for the internet to go down? And it's not that bad here, all told. But yeah, I guess it does. It just seemed to kick me off at some point. So,
well, I'm sure
them's the breaks. Hey, Deshaun, I can see you in the chat there. Thanks for checking out the stream.
Yeah, from an investment purpose, like it cost a lot of money to have really good internet. So I pay $70 a month or something for the best Comcast local deal. My internet still occasionally goes down. But yeah, paying $70 a month is, I think it's gamer grade internet, but it still might go down. It went down on me in a few streams. I had power outs a few the other week. When I traded, we paid like tens of thousands of dollars a month for connection. So not only like to have then it was a T1, and they have T3s, a direct internet connection that cost $10,000 a month. And you could get those here in Metro Detroit or any area, like a direct connection to the internet or sometimes even like a satellite that gives you like 99.9% guarantee, and it's expensive. It might cost like $10,000 a month. And when we traded stocks, we didn't just have a direct connection to the internet in general. We had direct connections to multiple stock services. Then it was like Island or a few of the market makers, or I forget the exact terminology of like the lowercase thing on the level 2 market that we bought and sold from. But we had direct connections, and those were extremely expensive. They cost tens of thousands of dollars a month to maintain those like fiber optic cables that ran directly from our office to these other offices. And I think JF mentioned that he paid thousands or whatever, got installed super internet like that, direct buried or fiber optic. I'm not sure exactly, but it's important for streaming and moving forward. And probably at my point to grow my channel, it will take an investment of money, and it will take a professionalism of just like producing high quality content. And Jennifer's good graphics, good programming, but yeah, I mean, at some point it just takes a professional advancement. People don't have time for other people's boomer tech, or for their sob stories for that extent. Saying like I hope, I wish you the best, but like I'm sorry, like come back to me when you could get your tech together, or afford to get your tech
exactly.
together.
I'm very fortunate that I got to work in the tech field, so this stuff has come pretty easily to me, and I really enjoy it. I think the internet connection's been pretty good. I mean, it's gone down twice or so, 2 or 3 times in a year during the show. So it's like, yeah, it's not perfect, but in the timing couldn't have been worse for that last one. But thank you very much for getting me those extra subscribers and having Adam share the show. Really appreciate it. Also, why don't we share the good news about BitChute with the audience? Or did we already get to that? Did we already cover that?
Yeah,
Can't remember if we talked about it in the pre-show or not. But yeah, BitChute followed me. So maybe my stuff will be up on BitChute. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal in terms of,
Well,
I mean, it's a process.
It kind of is. It feels like, being solicited for stuff, being one of the chosen 600 people that BitChute follows.
Well, I mean, you just analyze it from motive, from reason. Like, they're trying to promote their platform. They're reaching out to presumably me, because I'm already on their platform, because like the Adam Green episode was one of the bigger streams on their platform last week. And so it probably made sense for them to look into me. And then when they reached out to me, I was like, sure. I never considered myself big enough to multi-stream, like to stream to multiple platforms. Like, I only have a handful of people watching anyways, and not enough demand. Luke Ford had Elliot and Kyle arguing today on somewhat economics. I don't think any of them really understood supply and demand, but it's like, there's not enough demand right now for me to be like on every platform. So it'd be like a little pretentious for like Doooovid to like set himself up for like having his, it's kind of like Charles Moskowitz or something. It's like a lot less views for me, but he's on like every single platform. So I mean, there is like some promotional, but I'm not really a self-promoter like that. So I thought that was a good sign that BitChute reached out to me, because I unlikely, I wouldn't have reached out to them. Maybe at some point I would have looked on to setting up BitChute, because I was scared of like YouTube taking me down, or my stuff being at risk. Or I would have agreed to do talks with someone like Adam Green or someone offline, and knowing that it'll eventually end up on BitChute, and or BitChute eventually might get live stream. But yeah, I think that's good. It might be a good sign that if like Worski style debates came back, that we might be part of it, and they're probably not going to happen on YouTube. I think the direction of COVID in general and crime fighting on the street and the web is going to be turning these things over to artificial intelligence, and that's this truth discovery that Doovid is talking about that is almost directly parallel to the multiple truth hypothesis. To a lot of people, who are like, who cares about the multiple truth hypothesis? And Doovid saying, well, it's kind of already at work in the computer, and the multiple truth hypothesis is kind of the explanation for how the computer thinks about it. So we know that, like, there is no more the man. I mean, there is the man somewhat, but relatively the role of the computer is taken over the man. And the reason you can't just do whatever you want and get away with it isn't necessarily because there's an authority figure that's going to, catch you or send something out. It's because the computer is going to know you did it, and you're not going to be able to get away with it because, even if somehow you have powers to have your way with other people, because the computer is just going to have this information. At some point, it will be your downfall if it's, video or something like that. Like at this point, you can't just, do something and not be video doing it. You can't leave digital traces to that. And so this, so what do you care how the computer thinks? And so, like chess that you saw years ago, and I'm going to be spending a lot of time using chess as explanatory method. But the computer got better than us decades ago, and the strategy of the top human chess players for a long time has been to try to mimic the computer in certain ways, or to think like the computer, to say, why does the computer beat the top player every game? What type of strategies is the computer using to employ? So if it's either just a pure memorization of what the computer told you versus a thinking strategy where you solved your dissonance by trying to figure out why the computer does what it does, with the assumption that the computer has a better estimate of truth than we do. So saying that, that happened in chess already is largely going to happen in everything. And we're going to see it affecting probably every aspect of our life, maybe enforcing things like social distancing or contact tracing, or virus related things, and probably crime related things also, where it's just like everywhere you walk, you become known, that the computer knows your presence. So you don't have to look that, when you got into the store and give a nod to the security guard, because the computer notified you, like, welcome, Doovid, thank you for coming to the store today. So regardless of whether there's a cop there with a gun, there's a knowledge that the computer knows that I'm there, and the computer is keeping track of everything that I do.
Interesting. Yeah, there's no question computers are better than us at what they do. I think like they can compare between algorithms or within variations of a single algorithm faster than we can. And chess is algorithmic because it's a finite, like there's a finite number of moves that are not redundant. Like what do they call it? A stalemate. So it can compare methods within a finite basis, but in the infinite basis of reality, it can't really do that because the starting points are always up to us. So
well, chess
aspect is what it excels at. It doesn't have any ingenuity to come up with its own methods.
I mean, chess is the perfect game for artificial intelligence because it's beyond the examination of every possible position. That there's 10 to like the 120th or different mathematical estimates.
It's a countable set because it's a finite array. I mean, how many?
Yes, it is a finite array, but it's beyond the computer's ability to examine every possible position, because the computer could. Yes, it is. I'm saying
that's why they can beat us.
No, that's not why. And I'm saying this has already been well accepted and mathematically proven. In fact, the mathematicians, as of now, it's accepted as mathematical proof that it's been demonstrated that the computer will never be able to examine every single position, as opposed to checkers, where it's a finite set but much smaller. The computer knows every single position and can say every single possibility. Chess is beyond the ability of a computer to calculate every possible variation, but the computer could still calculate a better strategy and a better winning method than the human, even though the computer can't solve the game.
I'm surprised that they can't compute that. But
I'll go. I can produce the papers right now, but it's a well-known mathematical proof that the computer will never be able to examine every possible chess position.
how would they prove that? Doesn't it seem intuitive that there's a countable number of possible iterations because there's a finite basis of squares?
Yes, they're saying that. There's more.
It's countable, but it's not computable, and they've proven that it can't be computed. That seems, if that's true, that's impressive. But are you sure that's true?
Yeah, I'll find it. I mean, well, we're talking, but what the point of the demonstration, that would be that processing power, when it reaches the atomic level, I mean, you could argue that there might be a possible quantum method, and even quantum methods will only exponentially increase computing power so much, at least according to the current models. But when you reach this maximum of minimum size for computer processing power, that processing power will still not be enough to calculate all the positions that could occur on the chessboard. And it's actually a mathematical proof where they try to demonstrate that the maximum ability of the minimum size of processors or whatever could occur will never be enough to process the huge number of potential possible chess positions.
And the computer is still better than we are. Because
It's not
within a
related.
particular...
The computer doesn't have to be able to calculate every single chess position to be
well, no,
better.
that's my point. That's my point. It's still better than us because at that limit, it's comparing. Like, the human is only taking one strategy, whereas the computer is taking multiple strategies simultaneously. So we'll always have more like microstates in its environs that are accessible than the human will, because the human is thinking about it from a like 5 moves ahead type of thing. It's one strategy rather than several.
It is going to be very important for Doooovid's multiple truth hypothesis and relating it to consciousness, because the computer does not go about thinking the way we go about thinking. And you could hypothesize how the computer thinks about it, but you have to take a programmer's perspective to say, no, if like your whatever background you have in programming, that's the perspective to think about it from how the computer looks at it, or from the perspective of what we know for artificial intelligence and machine learning. And from chess, the machine learning, the current program, we used to have programs where we programmed in like huge opening books and algorithms and the best of human knowledges, and actually had like exact formulas that we used as a weighting value. And those programs were already significantly better than humans. And then in the last few years, most famously AlphaZero is the artificial intelligence program that substantially beat the best computer programs. And the interesting part behind that was there was no human-fed information. It was a pure machine learning process. And Google gave the most powerful supercomputer access to the program, and for like 6 hours. And with 6 hours, the program looked at, I think only billions, like 60 billion chess games it played against itself. But from the 60 billion chess games it played against itself, the rules that it devised for the best strategy to play chess was able to beat the best chess computers that had largely been programmed with the best strategy known for man. So from the perspective of a computer programmer that says computers could do calculations quicker and better than man could do. So if I program all the calculations that I know about chess into the computer, of course the computer is going to be better than me, because it has the advantage that computers, just processing power plus all the algorithms that the best combination of humans were able to program into it. So the interesting factor is this machine learning program that had 0 pre-programmed algorithms from the best of human knowledge was better than the computer programs that had the best of computer knowledge, the best of human knowledge programmed into it. So to say, for a truth discovery type function, where you're saying the true truth discovery of chess, which has been speculatively proven to never be solvable, but the truth discovery of what is the best way to play chess has demonstrated that from the computer's perspective, the whole corpus of human knowledge is largely irrelevant and even unhelpful. So from the computer perspective of the figuring out the best way to play chess, and if you so to say, personified the computers, like, you want a little help, do you want, like, some advice from the best players in the world, or from the history of tens of thousands of books that were written on chess, so to say, the personification of the computer is like, no, that's not useful information. I'll do better just figuring it out for myself. And to extrapolate this truth discovery method, that we could just hypothesize. We know that whatever the computer did at figuring out truth on its own was better than the computers in the past did, that we told it how to go about figuring out truth. And we don't really know the method that the computer went to go about figuring out truth. We just know the results. So in chess, it's very simple, because the one program, played 100 games and it won 28 games and drew 72, lost 0. So from just a quantifiable method, this program was much stronger. It didn't lose a single game against the previous known best program in the world, versus something where you want to truth discover, and the computer is going to tell you what's true and not true. That's the direction. And so when Doooovid's telling you this stuff about the multiple truth hypothesis, and Doovovid is telling you that these decisions are going to be handed over to the computer, and I'm largely trying to explain to you something that's somewhat impossible, which is how the computer is going about thinking. And then that's related to the hard problem of consciousness, because really just how we go about thinking is also an impossible thing. And most of the current models of the hard problem of consciousness that aren't in terms of entropy and the quantum mind, or a full, like, Doovidism dualism, are based on these artificial intelligence models, and presumably the method that the computer is using to think, we're saying that that's likely the neural net method that the brain produces thought also. So now the most latest developments in the hard problem of consciousness and how thought arises from the brain are in reality being taken from computer science.
Well, I think that's been the approach the whole time, is this object-subject dichotomy materialist approach, which is the foundation of computing, is the foundation of conscious science as well. I mean, I think, doesn't the advancement of technology make it more obvious that the way we think and the way a computer performs computations are different?
No, I think it's moving in the direction that we're speculating that the way the brain creates thought is more and more in line with how the computer thinks. And that's the current direction of cognitive neuroscience. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. But the most recent advances in the hard problem of consciousness have largely been directed by the most recent advancements in artificial intelligence and neural nets.
I'm not sure I think that is as significant as what Hameroff and Penrose put forth, as clumsy as that is at times. These neural nets, I mean, I don't know how they would apply to consciousness, because consciousness is a central processor, whereas what you're describing is parallel computing. Transistor based. We don't have transistors. We have like field accelerators, because it's a field.
It's the most simple explanation, like when JF rejected your arguments, is basically what I'm telling you right now. And you're saying, obviously, I agree with you. That's why we're streaming. But you're saying the established movement says that what the consciousness and thought can and will be explained purely as arising from the brain, and will not need, let alone any soul or dualist explanation. Even to quantum explanation is completely unnecessary. And the method that the scientists are using to explain how thought arises from the brain is largely being copied from artificial intelligence and computer science research. And from the Doovid perspective, like, no, it's never going to work. Like, it's failed. From the JF perspective, even if they haven't come up with a conclusive theory, this is the dominant working theory, so much so that all other theories or alternatives are, at best, alternative science that the mainstream, is just rejecting, that's not in the current mold of the consensus of scientists that all believe consciousness will be determined purely on a neural basis from the brain.
Is that really still true? Because I feel like
yes, I'm saying, like, enough with your like ego. Like, yes, that is the reality of the current situation. You were in a university. Like, yes, there are a handful of people like Hamrose and Penrose, but the consensus is that consciousness arises from the neurons, from the materialistic perspective of the brain. That's the direct offshoot of evolution. There might be a handful of people in elite institutions that signal towards other things being possible, or a few physicists that write books somewhere. But, like, no, in neurology departments and psychology departments, consciousness arising from the physical brain as some sort of product of neural responses is the mainstream. It's basically like I don't know if I call it like gravity or something, but it's saying that's the scientific realism that there is no alternative taught in universities. They might mention that there's other people or religious beliefs, but if you're currently a student in university or doing research, that's basically the only direction of science right now.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess
Unless
that is
you're
a pretty
arguing about
accurate
reality.
description. No, it's a pretty accurate description. It's just like I guess I don't have those conversations with people, and they just don't. I guess what you're saying basically is the mainstream just doesn't explain.
You don't remember the last time you were laughed out of university because you haven't, but like, that, like, that's why I said, like, okay, Techmark is still, like Pinker, these guys still have seats or hold chairs at the major universities, and it's saying, like, no, I mean, like, there's almost no chance you would go to MIT or Harvard and anyone would take you seriously. You might on the side meet a person in a private place. Like if you met Tegmark at a bar or the local ashram, you might find your ideas really interesting. But if you met him in his office at MIT, he wouldn't give you the time of day. It wouldn't appear on the same page because it's not within the realm of what university considers science.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I'm just saying, like, accept
I
that.
think you're
like,
right.
like
I mean,
no,
I think that'll
no
change
pretension.
at some point. I do think that'll change at some point, but for now, it's true. So there's a question in the chat from Nicholas Petrus. Argue for non-brain originating consciousness. Yeah, it depends what you mean by consciousness, okay? Because consciousness, you got to define it, right? Is consciousness a centralized thing where a differentiated entity makes observations about its environment, or is consciousness the ability to take measurements in the first place? So which one of those do you want me to use as the definition? Because as we know from the multiple truth hypothesis, different axioms gives different results, right? So either way, I can give you a non-brain originating consciousness, but the answer is going to be a different form. But I mean, it's the reincarnation model. Basically, you die, but your mind doesn't die, and then your mind eventually causes a quantum state reduction into a body of a fetus at the 5-week mark when the heartbeat starts. And then this mind of entangled photonic information writes itself to or polarizes, you could call it, polarizes the genetics to reflect its own attributes. Okay. And then this is just what eventually turns into your consciousness day to day, which is sort of simpler when you're a child, but then builds levels of complexity as you get older. So if you start with consciousness as a subjective entity, i.e. living, i.e. something distinguished from its environment, capable of making measurements in its environment, then even that train of consciousness comes from pre-existing things. But then if you go to the panpsychic level, there's just like this proto-consciousness in the universe. It's basically a different layer of the theory. But yeah, the mind is not the body, and the mind comes before the body relative to the particular life. But if you go back to the original cause, then they're sort of mixed up together because it was just so far away in the past. The cause and the effect are blended. So hopefully, yeah, people do look like their mind. That's why people who are ugly on the inside tend to peak when they're younger. And yeah, there you go. So hopefully that answers that question. And
I think that's why I'm focusing so much on dissonance in the beginning, is to give an explanation for why things are the way, why the accepted spheres would look at something in the way they look at it, even though I'm claiming the truth is different than the way they're looking at it. And it's largely just a matter of dissonance, and saying it's not even really a question of motive. It's just saying, if you were in the situation, if you're like JF the country boy with a high IQ that's playing with insects in the field trying to figure out why things are the way they are, versus someone who took higher birth, largely related to economic laws of supply and demand and resource scarcity. But there's a reason of dissonance resolution, why elites and people in power structures will resolve their dissonance by looking at theories in a certain way if it's materialistic, even if the larger evidence points against it. And the simple dissonance will come from power, material benefit, laws of supply and demand in terms of control of resources, versus, so to say, an acceptance of a greater explanatory power. And the tendency to control resources is going to be stronger than the tendency to have accurate vision of truth. And that comes that if you're JF the country boy with a high IQ that has a better theory than what they have in the elite circles, what is the process of that truth being discovered and made imminent? And then there's the utility of your truth. The truth has a utility of how useful it is to people. And if your truth is true because it's true, but it has a negative utility to the current power structures, because under this greater revelation of truth, the power distribution would be in a way that is disadvantageous to the current elite. And these processes are largely quantifiable and scientific under the science of cognitive dissonance. And that's why I've spent so much time. And I think from the multiple truth hypothesis, a lot of this stuff in physics and multiverse and computer programming and how does the computer go about thinking, it's going to be pretty tedious. And a lot of people they're not going to really care to, really try to think about and, understand these things. But this thing of cognitive...
It's not up to them. It's up to us to convey what a computation is and how a computer does it. Because
ultimately, cognitive dissonance is intuitive, and that will be probably the majority of the part that is interesting for people. And from the explanatory necessity from the people's perspective, it's just like, well, if you're so right and everyone else is so wrong, how come everyone else thinks that they're so right and you're so wrong? And that's why the dissonance model is so important.
So basically saying like BTFO people by saying the only reason you don't agree with me is because of cognitive dissonance?
Well, I'm not trying to use cognitive dissonance as a circular logic to just say I'm right even though everyone else thinks I'm wrong. I'm explaining the model of why different power structures believe what they do, because their belief pattern is the resolution of their dissonance. And when you have a larger control of resources, you're going to resolve dissonance in a different way than people who have a scarcity of resources. And even if you're a person who has a scarcity of resources, so to took lower birth and have a clear vision of truth, it doesn't change the fact of the control of resources, and that the people who have a control on the current resources, even though they might have an inferior version of truth, that inferior version of truth will still, for a period of time, possibly our whole lifetimes or perpetually for generations even, still be able to control those resources with an inferior understanding of reality.
Yeah, fair enough.
And so we have to move in with this truth discovery to how to quantify these things and make equations and various things, and saying eventually it'll be handed over to the computer, so to say, that it will be programmed into the computer, and then the computer will be like, go, solve reality.
Yeah. Well, then you're into a problem that's more complex than chess, which is predicting human behavior. So
Well, it's really
not
the
always
stock market idea where it's like, if you're the best way to make money is to be on the right side of the market, and,
right.
and so to say, predict the future, and saying, if you really have predictive power, you will be able to amass wealth. So something like Jeffrey Epstein or something, like, did he have really good predictive power? Was he was he a con man? Did he figure out how to cheat and steal somehow? But the stock market is the best example of practically converting predicting power into real power through the accumulation of wealth. And then where you look at the models of all the top computers, and to some respect, that most truth discovery is in the realm of stock analysis, and all the main Goldman Sachs or big companies have huge departments of programming and computer programs that are doing truth discovery for the purpose of predicting the future of the market. So there are a whole bunch of forms, and like the weather, prediction of the weather is largely also these AI truth discovery functions, and even science like multi-physics or engineering programs. I mean, I'll explain this as I move on my streams, but this process of truth discovery has largely already taken over most aspects of human interaction, because the computer is just better than man, not just at chess, but in terms of international distribution of did you watch Kyle and Elliot on Luke Ford? I don't know if anyone in the chat saw that argument on economics. But if you're saying there is a law of supply and demand, it's a natural thing, monetize, and the computer is better at solving the balance of supply and demand than man-made structures. And like chess, where the best strategy, or the stock market, the best strategy is to align yourself with the truth. The best strategy is to align yourself with the computer. Cognitive dissonance could show sometimes the best strategy may not be to align yourself with the truth, because the power structures are so aligned with something in opposition to the truth that aligning yourself with the truth will likely require martyrdom. That even though you're aligned with the truth, that being aligned with the truth against the greater forces of align in the material realm, that the truth in reality doesn't really belong in the material realm. And I would argue, from a dissonance perspective, that's where martyrdom comes. And when you're on the side of the truth, versus the masses in the material realm who are on the side of falsehood, usually the side of falsehood wins, because truth doesn't really belong in the material realm in the first place. And that's why you have somewhat a scientific explanation of the concept of martyrdom.
Yeah. It's an interesting link that you make there. I'll check if the stream is still up, if you want me to play a few minutes of it, if you feel like taking a break or something. I know Luke's been taking his shows down, though, so...
Yeah, I figured out what was going on. It wasn't that interesting, Kyle and Elliot arguing, and they didn't, and Kyle was kind of like straight like a tack dog and yelling, and
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't like horrible content, but it was like a repeat, and it wasn't even interesting, and it wasn't like like the emotional like blood source between Kyle and Elliot, where it I'm not sure, but I was thinking more of this, the deeper level that they didn't even get to of their argument, where it's something like rural versus living in the city and these economic arguments, and they didn't really get to the axioms of economics to make the whole show useful in terms of like the blood sports entertainment value. I'm not sure how high it was either, but it was semi interesting. You want to do some of these slides?
Sure.
Let's do these Hindu ones, because I think if you could put it on my screen and click on me, these ones are shorter, and I think they're somewhat related because they're completely on the basis of succession and elite power structures. So if you have the screen, or did I not enter screen share? Okay, apologize. So this is from the actual, I think, like governing body commissions, big meeting on ISKCON, like their annual meeting, that I said that this guy who has COVID-19 right now was the head of their body. So this is in 2016 in Australia. Krishna in the West, key issues in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness after the death of the founder, religious transformation in Asian History Conference. Australia National University, and this is from Angela Burt, postdoctoral fellow at Oxford Center for Hindu Studies. So I'm not going to go through all the history, but ISKCON, modern institutionalized form of Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition, monotheistic tradition whose chief deity is Krishna. Gaudiya Vaishnava is a 16th Bengal version from Lord Chaitanya. Bhakti yoga involves chanting the names of Krishna in group and public setting as well as privately. Worship of the deity of Krishna, studying sacred texts, including the Bhagavad Gita, and refraining from intoxicants, eating meat, sex outside of marriage, and gambling. The institutional structure. Prabhupada registered ISKCON in New York in 1966, thanks to the Jews. In 1970, he formed the governing body commission, comprised of disciples to manage the affairs of ISKCON. Each member was responsible for a different section, called the zonal charyal system. 60s and 70s, most people lived in the ashram. In the 80s, members began to move out in their own houses. The point of this, there are 578 centers worldwide. So, parampara, are you familiar with that, Jennifer? Gurus and the principle of parampara.
Yeah, it means continued succession. So basically, your lineage of your guru / the eternal tradition.
Yeah, line of teachers by which knowledge of the tradition is passed on. And ISKCON, in some versions, you have they call it a diksha and a shiksha types of initiation. And so initiation and this type of the diksha of a disciple by a guru is an important part of the process of passing on knowledge and continuing the tradition. So not only you need a parampara, which is a line of teachers, and the theory of ISKCON going back to Krishna's incarnation and then you have an initiation into the line of the parampara. So Prabhupada is, in theory, coming from this line, going back to Krishna through the Gaudiya mouth. In 1977, Prabhupada, who was a Brahmin, came from the Brahmin caste, although he came from a sect that didn't hold you had to come from the Brahmin caste to be a Brahmin. And so in 1977, he passes away, and he names 11 disciples. This is before he passed away, to initiate on his behalf while he was still alive, just right before he passes away. And then he passed away in November of 77, and they create this system of regional acharyas where they have 12 different gurus that are each assigned a different section of the world. and none of them are explicitly named as the spiritual successor of Prabhupada. From a managerial structure, the power was transferred to them, and they were now taking over the organization of ISKCON. But the question from the religious perspective of the parampara was a question of how this would go on. So it's the 11 disciples, and that's the man I interviewed on my channel, the Henry Doctors, who just wrote a book on this, and had a period for a few years, and then it fell apart largely due to corruption, God forbid, of these people, and money or falling or not being able to maintain the high standards of their tradition. So dissent and protest, a lot of the disciples didn't like the system. They didn't like having to follow these new leaders, or there's just a lot of problems. And it led to guru reform in 1984, a president of North American temples, and eventually a few years of complaining, and they get rid of this system of zonal acharyas, and they increase it from just 11 to now just like, there could be more gurus added, and the amount of worship at the beginning, like the guru was to be worshipped, and then they got rid of it, no longer worshiping the guru in the same way. So, guru reform in the mid 80s. And then after reform, there's exodus. Some of the old gurus leave the movement and even become apostates. The society in the late 80s has a lot of difficulty, and leads to a decline, to dispute and to a decline of ISKCON among the Western converts. And we'll see the ISKCON is largely picked up, Indiization, Hinduization. The relying on Indian congregation is the number of white converts that wasn't that many in the first place, but tens of thousands of people of Western people that have converted to Hinduism. As that number decreases, the number of Indians in the West increase, and you have the Indianization, Hinduization of ISKCON, which causes alienation of Western members. And this, specifically Jennifer, I'm 2/3 done, and I'm sure hopefully we'll have a lot of interesting commentary on this. But in response to the Hinduization of ISKCON, some people like, well, that was always the purpose. We always expected the Hinduization of ISKCON. But others, you say like, no, like the purpose of ISKCON was to convert the West, was to change the West, was a mission to for Westerners. It wasn't a mission to bring Hindus from the East to the West. It was a mission to preach Krishna in the West. And so the strategy of people as having trying to convert people to a conservative version of Gaudiya Vaishnavism, like teaching yoga, holding festivals and music, like bait and switch, like it's fun, it's a party, as opposed to like, no, you're converting to a very a strict, sincere line of traditional Hinduism. Outreach to Westerners, like at Burning Man and hippies. Krishna West and this man actually teamed up, if you remember, a few years ago in a conference on consciousness with Hamarov, and he was one of the original disciples. But he comes up, Krishna West, and we're going to teach Krishna, and this man happens to be a Jew. He's still alive. Maybe we could even get him on the Week in Review. Hiridayananda Swami Resnick, who actually eventually got a degree from Harvard and translated, speaks a bunch of languages and translated the part of scripture from Sanskrit to English. Hiridayananda Goswami, the original 11 gurus, concerned for some years about the stagnation and outreach to Westerners and the Indianization and Hinduization of ISKCON. 2013, he formed a project called Krishna West within ISKCON, whose sole purpose was to make Krishna consciousness attractive to Westerners by stripping it of what he saw as unnecessary Indian cultural elements such as Indian dress. 2014, controversy erupted again when the GBC and Hiridayananda clashed regarding Krishna West, and the GBC banned him from undertaking a tour of Europe aimed at expanding Krishna West. Krishna West had become a divisive issue among ISKCON's leadership and members. Main issues of contention are the push to strip the Indian cultural elements from ISKCON's presentation of Krishna consciousness and the question of whether Krishna West is in accord with the Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition. Current state of affairs, GBC has accepted Krishna West as a legitimate preaching project within ISKCON, and Hiridananda is a member in good standing in ISKCON. Krishna West continues with a number of centers around the world, and although tensions have eased, controversy about the goals of Hiridananda and Krishna West continue. Key issue: Indian and Western culture, tradition and modernity, cultural appropriation, orthodoxy and innovation. He doesn't mention gender and like women's right or racial things, but these days should be included. How these issues have played out on an institutional level has been determined by issues of authority and legitimacy. India and the West, Prabhupada's attack on Western culture are a mainstay of the ISKCON conversational narrative. Hiridananda has critiqued the adoption of Indian and Hindu cultural practices in ISKCON, arguing that the practice of Krishna consciousness is universal, not dependent on Indian cultural accoutrements. Continual cross-cultural traffic between Indian and Western countries since ISKCON was established in the West continues to be a source of creative tensions in ISKCON today. Cultural appropriation, orthodoxy, and innovation. And that's why I was thinking to talk about these with Jennifer. So cultural appropriation, orthodoxy, and innovation. Advocates of ISKCON's appropriation of Indian culture see this as orthodoxy. Hiridananda sees Krishna West as deconstruction, stripping the tradition back to core principles of doctrine. Others see this as innovation. Global Guru movement continues to de-ethnicize their message and create distance between themselves and the root tradition of Hinduism. They may be considered not as the most innovative forces within Hinduism, but rather as independent new religious movements. So, conclusion, the latest developments indicates that the key issues of authority and legitimacy that beset ISKCON during the crisis of succession are still significant. Krishna West is currently one of the most talked about and divisive issues among ISKCON members. How they deal with the issue will be important for the institution moves forward in the 21st century. And this was actually the slides. I watched this video. I forget who gave these slides, but for whatever reason, I got them in my email today, just like my daily something were these slides. So I thought that was karma and would be interesting, and especially all the stuff about cultural appropriation, parampara, guru succession, and then transplanting these values into the West would, even though Jennifer's not affiliated with ISKCON, would definitely be a topic close to her heart.
Yeah, it sort of breaks my heart to hear that they're so easily prone to corruption. Those 11 gurus that that system didn't last. So, what a shame. It always just makes me want to like fine tune it.
To me, that was opposite because, like, of course they were prone to corruption. That doesn't surprise me at all. But saying like, no, I mean, like to me, that's the least surprising part.
Well, I mean, I understand that there's a certain wear and tear, but like, it seemed pretty accelerated. Like it just fell apart right away, you know.
Well, it took a few years, but what was the likelihood that your Prabhupada, although a Brahmin, would be able to convert people in the West, and then for the parampara to continue through these born-again Hindus, so to say? And if you're someone in the West, Doooovid here in Detroit that wants to learn about Krishna and saying like, no, Doooovid has a direct connection to Krishna through parampara, through disciplic succession, through this Western convert who knew Prabhupada.
Not believable narrative?
Well, it is believable. Saying Prabhupada, we know it's a fact. Prabhupada came to the West. He converted Henry Ford's great-grandson, and we have a huge temple. Like I didn't go today. I think they were semi-open, but because of the partial reopening, I still haven't been doing my regular Sunday services. But like, no, I mean, it's a fact. We know Prabhupada came here. He converted. He made over 5,000 initiates. Thousands of those people were Western Actually a good few hundred, maybe even more than 1,000 were Jews. But and from the 11 successors, they were all converts. I mean, it's not the word that they use, converts, but from the Western, because we're speaking in Western terminology, they were all converts. And so theologically, if you accept the school of Lord Chaitanya, that doesn't matter. Parampara doesn't have to run through Brahmins. Parampara could run through the most qualified person, and you could be a former sinner who changed your ways and came upon the teachings of Harinam Sankirtan and worship of Krishna and chanting the holy names and all these various things, and be elevated to a status where the person is qualified to be a guru, even though, so to say, they're a convert. However, to actually be put in charge of a religious society and maintain those standards, proved to be quite a difficult task, and the majority of the people weren't up to it, especially to be from the parampara of Krishna that requires extreme devotion and renunciation that's almost unheard of here in the West.
Yeah, you basically have to get to a point where people are like discouraged from sin if you want to be effective in that role. And it's definitely unrealistic to expect people to have that much magnetism and sway.
Well, it's similar to the Catholic Church, where you're saying there was a Jesus Christ, and the priest at your local Catholic church is directly connected through disciplic succession, that whoever initiated your local Catholic priest through the hierarchy of the Pope, and however many steps that your local Catholic priest to the Pope, and then the Pope up sitting on the seat of Peter directly back to Jesus Christ, so that your local Catholic priest is in that way through disciplic succession directly connected to Jesus. And so, from parampara, your local Hare Krishna devotee, even if they're a Western convert who hasn't fully internalized the teachings and still is largely drenched in sin, still is from the parampara of Krishna, because they're through a system of Prabhupada, who was through the parampara of Lord Chaitanya all the way back to Krishna. So even if you meet a white body, culturally appropriated Hare Krishna person in the subway, that is the parampara of Krishna.
Yeah, maybe that's why there's so many, what do you call them, scandals, because they're letting Westerners be gurus. Maybe that's the problem.
But it's like E. Michael Jones. It's like, okay, the church is corrupt, but it doesn't mean you can't be a Catholic. It doesn't mean you can't go to your local Catholic church, even though they're probably corrupt. And so the same thing with ISKCON or Krishna. Like, okay, I would encourage people to learn about Krishna, and likely the best way to learn about Krishna in their local area in the West is through ISKCON and Hare Krishna. Although the people might be flawed and the messenger might be flawed, but that's still within the parampara of Krishna. That those people, however flawed they are from a disciplic succession of the teachings of Krishna.
Can you just talk for a minute? I have to step away for a second.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna step away also at a certain point. I'll come back at a background noise, but I have some slides on the multiverse also that hopefully we'll be able to do. So we got a good 20 people. I haven't been following the chat so much here on Week in Review, because I don't know if they're like Church of Entropy insiders, the Comte de Boreas. It always looks like you're like in the middle of a continuation of some conversation that like I'm not part of. So I appreciate your activity in the chat, but like I don't always follow that, although I appreciate your work and your friendship with Jennifer, but haven't had that much direct interchange with the people of the chat, and our audience has changed, or I think the majority of the people who watch Week in Review now are largely entropist, as opposed to at the beginning. The majority of the people who watched Week in Review were probably overflow from like Luke Ford, Brundlecast, Babscast, and various things. It's the nature of building up a stream. Where Church of Entropy, the first streams that she appeared on, were Babscast, Luke Ford, and then the overflow coming here with Brundle and the Troll Wars and Claire. So those people that had been in the chat for a long time have largely moved on. So the audience now that watches are largely entropist people that enjoy Jennifer's content, and I'm sure a lot of you watch A Week in Review. You hear Doovid every week, but you're probably more entropist than Doovidist. So I appreciate the platform, and I think certainly Jennifer is probably going to be the probably have the most immediate benefit of the multiple truth hypothesis, to understand it the best and help advance these ideas and talk about it. But sometimes it's hard for me to make sense of like who's in the chat or who's talking to each other, what these conversations, and a lot of times it's migrating because the conversations are migrating from other channels. So if it was like Brundle and Babs and Luke, and the people who are talking to the chat are having continuations of conversations from these other channels versus LeConte and other people that have continuations of conversations from channels that I'm not part of, or if it's the JF chat or something like that, and it's continuations of these, because that's largely the way streaming works and the dynamics. And I like Week in Review even just to point out these streaming dynamics issues, and it's important. I appreciate Jennifer. Like I had to be on Brundle's back. I mean Brundle, because he had a background in computers and accounting or various things. He knew to do what you got to do, but I always had to be on him to let's talk about streaming dynamics and streaming etiquette and various things. And so Jennifer is definitely from the most open people to talk about those issues, and I think that's also the success of Week in Review, and my collaboration with Jennifer for over a year now. And I was looking at these chess studies. Chess is going to be interesting for a few different ways. One thing is I'm a chess player. I'm just what I'm going to use as a method to look at thought and psychology, and there's a lot of studies on it. But the one I was mentioning, expertise, chess is interesting because there's very well known and recognized skill levels that you could just play and compare, and there's a rating system, and you have somewhat recognizable skill differences in chess. And so how do you cognitively explain these skill differences? In chess, in some ways, skill differences is easier if you want to say physics, and you say, okay, there's skill levels of physics, and you wanted to explain. Me and Jennifer are trying to talk about relatively complicated concepts, but they could be understood on multiple levels.
I'm back, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, in the same way, a brilliant chess position, you could show brilliant combination that some grandmaster did, but even a beginning player could understand the basic moves and get from that. So so thanks, Jennifer. I was just mentioning some streaming dynamics. So I'm not sure where you want to take the show. I'm not sure if you want to do these slides on the multiverse, or if you had other things you want to talk about, or if there's any one that reached out or wanted to come on.
No, I didn't talk to anyone. Gandalf's MIA again. I guess he's got some stuff to attend to. He hasn't been around, and I didn't talk to anyone to come on, so sorry. Guess it's a bit of a slow week. Yeah, I'm down to go over the slides, though.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult in these area to. It's very difficult to advance yourself on social media, although you could advance ideas to some respect. So if you're advancing ideas that don't depend on the advancement of yourself and the natural pushback to your ideas isn't going to affect yourself. You could advance in streaming, but otherwise the LARP, it becomes very difficult in the current status of it, where generally there's more negative personal repercussion to streaming than positive, so you have to come up with some mechanism to reduce the dissonance by streaming. Even though I get more pushback than encouragement, still is a dissonance reducing mechanism. And I think a lot of people, the risk reward has shifted, where no longer streaming no longer provides them a decrease in dissonance and actually increases their dissonance. And so from some perspective, Gandalf, it's just like, is coming on the stream going to help him with his dissonance, or is it going to make his dissonance worse? And it's probably like, no, it's probably going to make his dissonance worse.
Yeah, I think maybe you're right. For a lot of people, they don't really know what it entails, so it just like fizzles out after a while.
Yeah, we don't have to go forever, so maybe we should just do these slides and we'll leave it more academic and on a shorter stream today, this week. So if you want to click on me, I'll open up these slides so that way people will see the slides even when you're talking. And set it to full screen share. And this is from University of Rochester, Professor Manley, Department of Physics and Astronomy, and Visions of the Multiverse, and 70 slides, pretty good, relatively to information. Just the first, what is the universe? What's the multi? To have a universe, how do you define universe? How are you going to define multiverse? Inverse, colloquial, kind of like universe is commonly defined to be the totality of all of existence. So but like by definition, the universe is the uni, like there can only be one of them, versus a multiverse, assuming there's a lot of, versus scientific definition of universe, where you're saying, no, I mean, you mean universe, the part of where we're in, as opposed to like, so from the physics, he's working with this definition of universe for the sake of these slides. Everything that exists or could ever exist in principle in our experience. Our experience includes things inferred by instrumentation, everything to which we are causally connected now or in the future. And so he has a few slides of these like triangles of information of what he's saying. There's scientific ideas, non-scientific ideas, and they're ideas that are based on science, but reputable experts argue over the degree to which so multiverse, saying it's not scientific, it's not non-scientific, it's based on science, but it's argued over by experts on science of how much of it is testable. And then within that, there's versions of the multiverse that are considered more or less scientific. And another kind of chart on that. I'm not sure if you have a comment on what he's getting at here with kind of scientific versus non-scientific, and where the multiverse comes in. That's saying it's based on science, but it's questionable how scientific it is because of how much of it is testable, which is similar to what you were critiquing. I'm going to read from Pre-Bomb. I see the
I do have a comment in here. I mean, it's an axiomatic contradiction to say that all of existence has other parts. Definitionally, like even if there was a discovered, quote, multiverse or alternate universe, it would still be part of the universe, because the definition of the universe is everything.
Wait,
so
you're saying
it's an
that,
oxymoron.
I mean, I think this concept of universe as everything isn't a good definition. So when we say universe, it's just like we mean everything, but then the universe has no meaning. That's not really a good way to define it. And so this is kind of framing the issue. And I saw
it is defined as being nothing outside of a system. Because there needs to be a causal boundary somewhere. You're saying, well, we don't want a causal boundary. And I'm saying, well, of course you want a causal boundary.
I'm going to cover pre-bomb. LeConte is in the chat, and Aiken. I'm going to cover pre-bomb in my future streams. But I mean, if you define the universe and say that space is infinite, and then is the universe, it's really, I mean, it's your last post about space. What is space, and how do you define it? And is there infinite space in all directions? And if the universe doesn't include how you define it, but it just sets out, and like this guy's just some dude who put together some nice slides. Like I don't even really, I just read his definition at the beginning. This guy's just an average college professor trying to explain this to undergraduates. I mean, it made some slides. So we don't have to waste that much time arguing about this professor, how he's doing it. It's more the graphics that I was in the history. So, he tries to frame it in the beginning in some sort of scientific philosophy, scientific framework, because, almost anybody presenting the subject, that's how they do it. So let's look at the history. I was mentioning to Jennifer about the cosmic expansion. So you have Vestos Slipher. Lowell Observatory discovers a strange phenomenon in 1912. Most nearby galaxies are moving away from us, made use by Doppler shift in the atomic spectra. This Edwin Hubble and Milton Hamison at Mount Wilson Observatory combine Hubble's distance measurements with Slipher's redshift information, discover galaxies that are further away are moving away from us faster, known as Hubble's law. So we come up with the concept of the expanding universe. And because if the universe is expanding and moving in all directions at a certain speed, what happens using the scientific method and going backwards? And that's where you get the concept of the mathematical concept of the Big Bang from the laws of physics, is saying if we take the current velocity of the current mass or known things about the universe and use that to direct backwards, the concept of that's largely the science aspect of the Big Bang, in the question of mathematical equations used to extrapolate the current situation, what may have happened going backwards.
Whoops.
You there? Were you going to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say whoops because the Big Bang didn't happen. So I guess the extrapolation was wrong. Dang.
So here's some, basic, and I don't know, I guess, I don't have that much energy, or maybe it'd be a better time for a different stream to do a science lesson on, just the type information that science used to make these various calculations for what we could determine about the greater universe, and why scientists came onto this concept of the Big Bang from a mathematical extrapolation of trying to take what they currently are observing and then project that backwards to what's commonly known as the Big Bang. And so I don't want to do a whole history of the Big Bang, but these are important moments, Penzias and Wilson, and the antenna, and the various measurements of what information are we getting out there from the cosmos? What could we measure here on Earth? And what does that tell us about the cosmos? The concepts of the Big Bang, or the creation of different matter, and the temperature of the Big Bang. This is all interesting stuff. I'm sure Jennifer, in the future, we streams just on these topics, but I'm sure people have seen this before. Jennifer is familiar with the contemporary mainstream theories and the origin of elements, and they come from the Big Bang or cosmic rays, or later from large stars or small stars. So cosmic microwave background, nuclear synthesis. So are you familiar with these? You got the flatness problem, the horizon problem, the large-scale structure problem of the hot Big Bang, the magnetic monopole problem, the singularity problem.
Can you just stay on that page for a second? Well, yeah, it's basically we can do experiments and discover that there's a maximum density that matter can possess. We can even extrapolate equations that predict what this maximum density of matter is. And in order for the Big Bang to have proceeded as they say, this exclusion would have been inoperant. And that's called, the singularity problem. Actually, maybe it's not even that magnetic monopole
So the
problem.
singular wasn't one of them. You had the flatness problem, the horizon problem, the large scale structure problem, and magnetic monopole problem, and the singularity problem.
Yeah, so not large scale structure problem is just the fact that it's so big. How could it have been so small? Horizon problem, I have no clue. Magnetic monopole, also no clue, and flatness, no clue. But basically, the issue is that whatever conditions precipitated the Big Bang can't be replicated right now because there's a limit to how dense matter can be. And that's basically what the creation of new stars is proving, because it's proving that there's an upper limit on density because it's displacing matter to a new configurational array because there's a maximum density. So there couldn't have been a hyperdense state in the very beginning because the principle of the maximum density wouldn't have been operating. So it's basically like the more you go back and the more you look at it precisely, the more wrong it's going to be because its axiom is wrong. The Big Bang, the axiom's wrong. The universe is uncreated and you have to look at it as uncreated. Otherwise, as you can see, there's going to be all these problems that arise. And yeah, the ultimate problem with singularity is basically that it's cheating. It's basically saying well, the laws of physics didn't exist back then. That's why we can't replicate it. It's well, why didn't they exist? And that's they don't really answer that. It's just a theory, bro. So yeah, there's your basic model.
Yeah, I'm trying to declarify you, and maybe it's impossible, but you might.
Claire as well. You Claire as well.
But I mean,
you go on your rants, and we're not doing meta-analysis, and that's what you wanted to do, but instead you're just chain reading articles. So it's you're also clairing. Everybody clairs in their own way.
I mean, the Claire as opposed to the pure explanation and giving over information, as opposed to every opportunity for your chance to preach your own stuff.
So how exactly am I supposed to comment on something that is based on a false premise other than to say that the premise is false? I mean, I'm going to start sounding like a broken record.
Well, yeah, so you have to, find a way to declarify yourself, or just, okay, there's a problem of communication. There might be difficult communication.
So you want me to endorse a false model for conversational reasons?
No, but you have to come up with some sort of rhetorical technique to have the value.
See, I don't see value in this because it's based on a false premise, so I can't. I mean, what are they really saying? I mean, what could I possibly say? It's based on a false premise, therefore.
I'm saying you just you got the JF, the country girl with the high IQ problem, where it's just you're sitting there on the outside, waving at Harvard and MIT, everything you teach is wrong and I know the truth, but you're just the country girl with the high IQ. So it's no, it's no one's going. People are going to Harvard and MIT to look for intellectual authority. They're not going to look to the country girl with a high IQ to answer their deep philosophical questions. So if you're coming okay, I'm the country girl with a high IQ and I have really good insight, but you have to know that everything that they tell you at MIT and Harvard is largely based on false axioms, and you have to build up a whole system where you're I mean, the problematic of just being the country girl with a high IQ that has to dismantle everything that Harvard and MIT are trying to accomplish.
Well, I don't have to, but I mean, things will fall apart if they're not in accordance with reality. And I don't think that this is in accordance with reality. It seems enormously complex to me. And so I want to just give the right explanation. And now you're saying that's being clear, but how else do you want me to frame anything? What I don't look at this diagram and get a certain awe of comprehension. I get a wave of confusion.
Well, I mean, okay, so and we don't want to get too sidetracked from the slides, but you said, okay, I'm a country girl with a high IQ and have, a better solution than what they're telling you at Harvard and MIT.
I'm not sure I'm saying that exactly.
Well, I mean okay, because you're kind of like a pejorative that you're not just a country girl with a high IQ, but you're saying in perspective, you're saying what's your
that I'm a country girl with a high IQ. If that's how you want to see me, that's fine with me. What I'm thinking about, I was thinking about something else that was erroneous there. I'm not saying they're all wrong, because obviously they get some things right. So that they have strengths for sure on the computational side, on the simulation side. I'm not denouncing, modern academia as completely worthless. I'm just saying, I can't make this make sense because it's not how it is, and it's like almost like the universe is like spurging out in that diagram. It's like, don't put me in that configuration. I don't fit.
Yeah, I guess that. Did you load up that video that I mentioned?
Which one?
The like the fireworks, and the guy calls the New York Police Department, and he's like, what the hell are you police? Like, there's fireworks and all hell is breaking out in the street, and the guy's like, welcome to New York, asshole. And I don't know the copy called it, but it's like, welcome to New York. And it's kind of like, okay, so like when Jennifer, visits Doooovid in New York, and like I pick her up at the station, and like a few blocks away, like, someone gets killed, and it's like, Jennifer's like, what happened? And it's like, oh no, don't worry about it, it's nothing. And like, no, like I think someone a few blocks away just like got killed. It's like, no, it happens all the time, don't worry about it. Like, welcome to New York. And you're saying like, okay, like when you get to City Hall and you see a diagram like this, and you're like, this is bullshit, it doesn't make any sense, but Doooovid walks to the counter and walks away with a check, despite whatever it however much sense it made, because okay, like I'm a Jew, I live in the urban area, and like, okay, like this is all normal, like of course I live my daily life in the urban area despite everything that's going on, and still could walk to the counter of City Hall and get my paper stamped and get a check. And you say, okay, you're the country girl with a high IQ, you can't walk into City Hall and collect a check because you can't make sense out of the madness. In the way that's like the JF or the syndrome, being the country girl with the high IQ, meaning saying like, no, I mean Jeffrey Epstein could be a professor at Harvard, and you're trying to burn down Harvard, but from the elite perspective, you're not collecting it. You're not collecting a check. So it's saying the reason you don't believe in these systems is because you're not collecting a check.
Sorry,
and if you were collecting a check, you would probably be promoting these systems, and then to say from Doooovid, who doesn't believe these systems but could still somehow collect a check, even though I'm not believing these systems, but I know that this system still provides me with a check.
Okay, so are you talking about?
And you're saying, oh, I'm just a country girl with a high IQ, I don't even get a check, but I'm right. But I'm right. Like, trust me, I'm right. Even I'm so much on the outside that I don't even get a check.
I have transcended your mortal need for money. Just a quick question before I get to that, Doov. Are you talking about Watch NYC Descends New Yorkers? Is Shiva? Is that the one you want me to show? I just sharing the right link.
I guess you could even interrupt the slideshow right now to show that if you want. And I guess that people have been following, like people are going. Yeah, people are going crazy in New York and shooting like fireworks, like guns at each other, like using fireworks at each other all over in New York. And people are calling the police. and the police are ignoring the phone calls. So the clip, you don't have to play the clips of people like shooting fireworks at each other. You can, but there's a clip of someone calling the cops, and the cop is just like, "So, welcome to New York."
I love it. All right, I am working on getting this this link
I
going.
could continue with the slides if you want to play it, but that I was mentioning in terms of like your perspective. It's like, okay, like, yes, this is what you're going to find when you enter City Hall. You're not going to find entropists. And
Oh, come on! I don't know that.
Well, yeah. So from the explanatory power of just saying declare, where it's just constantly like okay, now it's my opportunity to tell you what I think, as opposed to like, why do I really care what the country girl with a high IQ thinks, even if she's right? Because this is still what they're teaching in City Hall and the elite institutes, and it appears even if you're right, your information is just going to hurt me because it's going to make me less likely to get a check.
You're looking at it like it's a zero-sum game. Okay.
Well, of course it is, because it's related to the laws of supply and demand and the control of resources.
Spirituality is not.
It's like you're a country girl with a high IQ. You don't control resources, so it doesn't matter if you're connected to the truth. You don't control resources. And saying the difference between Harvard and MIT is they control resources.
And they're propagandizing people into taking down statues, so they've sort of lost their standing in a way. But
they're probably increasing their standing. When you come to New York and you get off the thing and you're looking at Doovid, and then and then you see like someone getting beat up on the street next to, and you see like, okay, like Doovid's not scared. Am I supposed to be scared? And then the question, or if it's in the system, you come to that and you're saying, what's the lesson to draw? And you say, for the country person, it's saying, I don't belong here, that this violence will affect me on a very quick level. So if you're at Harvard and like, okay, JF and Jennifer and Norvin and these people saying, don't come to the city, it's not going to turn out good for you. And we control the resources from the city. So your only way to fight for control of the resources is to come into the city and come into the institute and fight it. And then you look on the news and you think people are getting killed, statues are being toppled, all hell is breaking loose, and it's an extreme risk. Although then you look in the halls of power within Harvard, and the people kind of like, I'm not nervous at all. Are you?
Well, yeah, I guess like iconoclasm is.
It's kind of like the debate between Trump and the left, and it's saying like, okay, people are getting killed right now. Who's gonna play chicken first? And it's saying the people in the city general, saying we're going to up the ratchet of the violence pressure to control the territory in the way to control really, I'm saying it's coming from the elite. It's coming from the control of resources. It's coming from a falsehood. And so if Jennifer is right, that her model more correctly explains truth than what you see on the screen here, it doesn't change the fact that what controls the current resources is what you see on the screen here. And so when you try to displace what you see on the screen here, it's related to the battle of taking low birth, and so to say, being born into a world where other people control the resources, and saying, I was born into the world where the majority of the resources are out of my control, and the people who control the resources have these false beliefs. And then when you try to confront them on their false beliefs, they just start talking to you about violence. And then if you confront them about their rhetoric on violence, you start seeing violence. And if you're, questioned on the seeing of violence, the violence gets escalated. And it's just a question. The only really possibility you have is to play chicken and call the bluff on violence. And so you say, okay, I'm just going to stay being a country girl with a high IQ and appear on a few streams and talk about my ideas. And like, I don't really want people finding out where I am and where I live, and stay small and say, you could keep your control and resources, and I'll just, say a few of my ideas, and I want to avoid that battle. Because, like, yes, I do think I would be a martyr, even though truth is on my side. Because when you see the flipping to the controller resources and saying, yes, these people will kill me because the controller resources is that important, and the truth is much less important.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, from your perspective, it's like, oh, ha ha ha! I'm just a country girl with a high IQ. I could just shit on Harvard and
so
MIT because, like, you're so distant from it. It's saying, like, no, like, Doovid's not as distant from Harvard and MIT, where I could just shit on them, because if I just shit on them, like, like, someone's going to come to beat me up, and if I keep on shitting them, someone's going to come to kill me. And it's okay, but you're a country girl. You're so much in the country that you're not scared of them sending someone to beat you up or kill you.
Ah.
And even to take it to that extreme, but it's just like, okay, we're talking the facts. Like, you had your chance, you had your slide, you got your theory. And so it's like, okay, the standing on the shoulders of giants are just irrelevant. I don't care about this shit. I got my own theory. And if you're interested in it, good. If you're not interested in it, fine. And I agree. Like, I don't really know why, from a logical perspective, you would agree that people are going to keep on looking for truth in Harvard and not in entropy, because from the perspective of your average person taking birth, it makes a lot more sense to look for truth in Harvard and MIT than on Week in Review with Church of Entropy and Doovid.
Yeah, so I'm not a threat at all, but if I do anything, I'll get killed type thing.
Well, I'm saying that you're a threat because the propagated system is being propagated. The false ideas, like all these ideas, like Big Bang is false. Big Bang is false.
Laughing. I'm sad.
The theories of the elite, the theories of the people that control the armies and resources is false, and I know the truth.
I'm sad. I'm sad that they don't know the truth, honestly. And I'm hoping to change people's minds so that everyone can embrace the truth. That's
so if your model accepts
what it's like. Laughing.
Your model accepts that they control the resources even though they don't know the truth.
I can accept that.
And does your model explain why they control the resources if they don't? Why they control the resources?
On truth? Because resources are a particular application, and they're just really good at what they do. So I'll give credit where it's due. It just kind of depends what we're talking about, and
when you look at this screen,
I look at it and I think there's
even though you think this is false,
it's false.
Is it false in the way that the people propagating this false theory are the ones that control the resources and the utility of that? Okay, there's a lot of different false theories out there, but why is this false theory the one propagated by the people that control the resources?
Well, then I'd be speculating intent, and then there may not be an intention. Sometimes there's just no intention. It's just like what happens. Like, people see stuff and do stuff, and then you get some result. But to think that it was pre-planned is sort of...
Yeah, so Doovid...
I'm not sure if I buy the whole pre-planned thing, and then...
Doovid gets rid of the intent, and it just said that, and the explanation is going to be that this theory has more utility towards the controlling of resources than the truth.
That's like a speculative hypothesis.
So that's Doovid's speculative hypothesis.
Okay,
that
cool.
This theory
is
more useful for the controlling your resources than the actual truth.
Yeah, so let's look at that as like one theory. Let's give another theory in a contrast type of way, right? Let's say that it's because people are looking to understand the order of the universe, and we understand order, largely through starting points. And so this is a sort of an example of a human-imposed order on the greater universe with the interest of understanding its causality. So we look at what Doovid said and what I said are clearly different things, and then it's like a question of whether can they both be true at the same time? Doovid, are you there? I think.
Yeah.
Oh, you're here. Okay. I just think this is an interesting one because it's like, I don't know if this is multiple truth. I call it like multiple hypothesis approach.
Well, multiple truth is getting at something deeper when it's questioning what is the actual truth, as opposed to the human methods towards searching for truth, the problem of empiricism, versus beyond the problem of empiricism to the question of what actually the truth is, and then looking at it, there's multiple possibilities. So here you have this model on your screen that is largely the model of the elites. And let's say you have a conflicting model of, random country boy JF, random country girl Jennifer, that might make sense. Interesting theory, the revolutionary phenotype or entropism, just random some country person with a high IQ came up with, versus the theory that's being perpetrated by the elites, by the people in control of the resources. And so from the distance, from the truth perspective, is okay, I'm leaning towards entropism as a better explanation of the truth. But then in terms of the explanation of material reality, but then there's still the question of Harvard, MIT, and Wall Street, and the various factors of supply and demand and distribution of belief, and why various ideas as a group strategy. So let's look at it. Your idea, you're claiming it's not your group strategy, but let's say, okay, it's your idea. So I want to say entropism is a group strategy, but let's say, maybe you have to say entropism is like a group strategy versus an idea, but saying this here is not really a scientific theory. It's representative of the group strategy of the elites, of the people who dominate world resources, versus what is actually a better explanation of truth. And entropism might say, yes, if you want to dominate world resources, you're better off prescribing to this theory, even though it is less correctly predictive of reality than entropism, because entropism won't provide you a good mechanism for dominating the world resources. And so from that,
It'll provide
perspective,
a sustainable mechanism. It'll provide a sustainable mechanism, not because what you have right now is unsustainable because the gap between the ultra rich and ultra poor gets bigger, whereas the sustainable model is the gap should get
sustainable through violence. I'm saying like that's the reason why you have a problem with the theory is because you reject the most basic Aristotelian. Yes, it's sustainable, and the reason it's sustainable is because of the science of violence.
What I'm saying is that there won't be a continued lineage of power.
Yes, there will, because of the science of violence. There will be a continual lineage of the control of resources.
What happened between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks?
Violence.
Yeah, one killed the other, right? So there's no guaranteed succession because you could always just get into a scuffle.
Well, in the same, but the control of the resources was largely continuous, even in the control of the resources through the biggest scuffles, the Holocaust, World War II, Bolshevik Revolution. The control of the resources, like probably at least 50%, the worst case scenario, even like the Holocaust, even the worst situations of the people who controlled the resources before and after was largely coherent, consistent, and didn't change.
Okay.
In that sense, you say, yes, you're not going to, it doesn't matter the class warfare, it doesn't matter distribution of wealth, because of distribution of wealth, it's your distribution of the mastery and science of violence, and the elite are on the winning end of the distribution of violence.
Right.
And the assumption is that the elite are always expecting the most likely scenario is violence. You're not a member of the elite, that you're thinking from the elite perspective, but if you're from the elite, you know that the main scenario is always violence. I mean, there's other scenarios also. We have banking and various social and governance. But from the elite perspective, the main thing that they're always concerned about is violence. That's the thing that they're most prepared for of all of the various scenarios, because it's generally the most important thing to maintaining power is maintaining the control on violence. But all these scenarios that you mentioned, like, no, it doesn't matter. That's like the elite are not going to be. There's no method. I mean, there is a method, there is a science to it, but from this Doovidism type theory, there's a reason why the elite are explaining things in terms of this Big Bang theory, and it comes down to you have entropism. Like, entropism doesn't give this initial violence, the utility of violence to solve all these problems. Entropism, we have this long list of problems, and from this Big Bang current structure of elite, you might have the answer to most of these questions is just violence. How are you going to solve that one? How are you going to solve that one? Just like, well, violence, 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 violence. It seems to work pretty good. Why not use that solution for almost all problems? And so if you use that method and you say, well, that can't really be the truth, but you can say that could be the best way to maintain power. And even though that's not the truth of the matter, that is the truth of the matter, of the best method to maintain power. And therefore, these scientific systems that are somewhat pseudo-scientific in the explanation of reality, they're pseudo-scientific because their main objective is largely a codification of the control of violence in order to control the continuation of the control of resources. So that's what I'm seeing behind these theories, and that's why I say, yes, these theories are always going to be taught at Harvard and MIT, regardless of if the masses you are enlightened to entropism or something, because people don't go in Harvard and MIT to learn about the truth. They go to Harvard and MIT to accumulate power, and these theories are much more useful for that. But I'm saying what the crypsis that they teach you is really, it's just a crypsis for violence. So that's when Doovid sees this theory saying the Big Bang is really just a crypsis for an explanation for the elite's controlled use of violence to maintain their control over resources.
Well, that's quite the link you made there.
There's quite a few extents to it, but from that perspective, is saying like, yeah, like I don't care about you. From your perspective here, I don't care about you using this as an opportunity for you to explain entropism. I'm looking for you to explain their theory according to the way they see it.
Oh, you want me to make
I don't care that they disagree with it.
But then people are going to call me people are going to call me a conspiracy theorist, and they're going to
just make a utility to the understanding of what's your value in the situation as a country girl with a high IQ that might have a system that's better description of reality. When you look at the system that reality is that the system is perpetrating against you, even though you may have less truth to it.
Because I don't look at it as an intentional thing.
What I'm saying is not intentional. For me, it's like a force of the material realm, and the people in power have submitted to this larger force of the material realm. And this Big Bang theory is more in line with the force of the material realm than something like entropism, even though entropism is more in line with a closer definition of what truth actually is.
It sounds like you're asking me how this model, how this approach, how the mind control works.
Well, if I had to ask for one thing, it's like, okay, just give a class on the Big Bang theory without any of your entropy bullshit. You're like, I'm going to pay you, I'm going to get, just enough of your entropy bullshit. Just teach a class on the Big Bang theory without throwing in any of your own bullshit.
Honestly, I don't think I could. I think the problem is that I can't accept the premise So everything about it, I can't even remember. Like, if I was going to explain the Big Bang, it would be a horrible explanation. Let's put it that way. I'm broken, dude.
I don't think I would problem, even with a complete rejection of the theory, explaining it from the perspective of what they're saying, why the elite structures. I mean, that's the purpose. I mean, saying that why you will benefit from the multiple truth hypothesis is saying from the framework to say that there is truth to this system, and there is truth to the truth to the system, and the truth to those in power has a higher utility than other truths. And that could be quantified in the multiple truth hypothesis. That, okay, in terms of the truth discovery, that entropism has higher truth discovery than the Big Bang model, but the Big Bang model has some truth discovery. And when you put other variables in it, like the accumulation of resources or the control of violence, that there might be more utility in this theory with overall lower truth utility than entropism, and maybe in entropism the utility for controlling power and resources is actually less than utility connected to this theory.
I'm just amazed that you're going in this direction.
Well, this is what the multiple truth hypothesis was designed for in the first place, was to use this. And it's the problem that you're confronting, where you're just like, no, I can't just shut up and explain the Big Bang theory without throwing in my entropism. And it's saying, well, from the multiple truth hypothesis, like, yes, you could. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm asking you to shut up and explain the Big Bang theory, but from the perspective of a working model, that what is the role of the Big Bang and the acceptance of these theories among the global elite in terms of the greater truth? And you're saying they're wrong, and like, well, but what's the perspective, the utility of these theories and the greater truth, that this is the dominant theory among elites, just like Judaism or something like that, or Christianity? Like, like, please explain to me, according to your understanding of science, why there's a church on every corner. And it's saying, like, please explain to me why in the halls of every elite institution that they teach this Big Bang theory. And that's why I'm going into the background. Jennifer has her own theory, and we largely get into this of cosmic background explanation. And I was just saying that from the scientific point of view, is for the Big Bang and multiverse explanation, that's largely what they're using as the scientific basis for their theorem. And then to use that, why are they extrapolating this Big Bang theory from this information that there's other better explanations that are more predictive to? And then why are they forcing it down the throat of every person in the world? And so the multiple truth hypothesis provides a framework to understand this and to put it all together. So it's not just like, like, you don't have to just be some country girl with a high IQ, making fun from enough distance and hoping that they can't hear you.
Yeah. Well, you would have I don't know what to say to that. It's like,
well, what do you say to it when you get to the big city and like Jonathan Greenblatt's right there, and then the cops are there?
So I gotta pay homage to the establishment.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when you get? So you say, I'm a country girl, I'm never gonna be in the big city. But you say, when you get to the big city and you're there, and you know that there's a police force and there's a some sort of legitimized force of violence and all this stuff, and whoever it's going to be, whether it's Bill Gates or Jonathan Greenblatt or Trump or whatever, and it's going to be, eventually it's going to be you there with Trump, or you with Greenblatt, or whoever that Soros, whoever that character is that's sitting on the side of all the guns pointed at you. So you're the country girl. Right now, those guns aren't pointed at you, but when you're having the conversation with Jonathan Greenblatt, those guns are going to be pointed at you, not at him. And when you walk away from the conversation, even if he says, in fact, you're right and I'm wrong, what about all those guns that were on the side that were pointed at you before the debate started? What's going to happen to them after the debate? You don't see what I'm saying? It's like when you see Trump visits Modi and you walk through and it's all these diplomatic things and you have 100 guys there standing with the guns pointed at the other. I mean, they're not pointed, but usually they're in formation. But, so to say, like, okay, easy for JF to say he's the country boy on the side, just saying some commentary. But when he comes to the big city, there's going to be a whole bunch of guns on him. And those people with the guns on him, they're not going to be his followers. They're going to be followers of somebody else. Is that okay? Maybe he could get there and have a conversation with the people whose followers they are. And at the end of that conversation, there's going to be some difference. But from that perspective, that's what I'm getting at, is saying that the guns who are pointed at you follow this theory, not your theory.
Yeah, so I'd say the main connected thing for Bang is a creation model first. So there it is.
Yeah, I don't know why you're roboting.
Sorry. I'll just is it okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's the creationist created universe model. That's the most important aspect of Big Bang. That's why it's used, or if that does that clear up my position. And I don't know if that's multiple truth hypothesis, but it seems to be that whatever the method is, it's basically a created universe model from mysterious origins, right?
Well, I mean, it gets into like a center of the divine right of kings, where you're going to have an elite.
So it's unsurprising because the origin of these institutions is Christian, and they also believed in a created universe. So there's vestigial Christianity in it. Whether that's picked out intentionally for elite control, hard to tell the difference sometimes between coincidental circumstance and intentional actions. But probably, I mean, you got to think of the situation and the circumstances under which that this would have evolved, right? I mean, they're trying to make Christianity seem scientific, and I guess they also made science a little bit Christianized, and this is a vestige of that. Is that multiple truth hypothesis? See, I don't know how it fits into multiple truth hypothesis, but
Well, you are. I'm saying essentially you're using the framework of you just use the framework of the multiple truth hypothesis, but you would have to go through a truth discovery process to give a value to these different factors like Christianity or elites or the various theories and players, and how a truth discovery would look at these different sources of information that are saying different things, and try to verify or weight the value of these various sources. And if you're saying there's a convergence at some point between the elites, the Big Bang, and Christianity, and so Doooovid is saying that it's largely the law of, we'll go with supply and demand, but the law largely of supply and demand. It's got nothing to do with Christianity, elite power structures per se. The only important factor here is the law of supply and demand, and the tendency for the supply to be concentrated in the hands of a few. And then that will explain a system you're going to have. That's the natural tendency of what's going to happen. And then you're going to have different systems that perpetrate that could be religion, or could be science, or could be governmental. It could be Christianity, it could be democracy, it could be socialism, it could be communism. Any given system is largely going to perpetrate this inequality in the exchange of supply and demand, because there's natural structures of the material realm that cause resources to be distributed like that. And then these theologies, scientific theory, governmental structures, and religion, from that evolutionary economic perspective, are descriptions of reality that are based on higher level laws. And so, the fact that power might be concentrated in the church is, it's not the cause, it's the effect.
The effect of this type of belief structure, you mean?
The effect of the material nature of supply and demand that
Okay.
makes it likely for the resources to be, or not even likely, that makes it guaranteed for the resources to be accumulated in a small section. So even here you have a big bang, like the resources in a small section that gets distributed to the mass, and Big Bang goes in line not just with Christianity, but like Shintoism and Hinduism, or any system that justifies the elite, where you have a Big Bang in identity, and eventually that singularity is going to be transferred to the elite of the current generation. And if it's the king under the cross, or the king under Krishna, or any system that just says that I have a divine right to these resources because the source of these resources chose me. And then from there you have the legitimation of violence, and saying that I'm the proper steward of these resources because the creator of the world chose me to be the steward of these resources, and therefore we will use violence to maintain that. And so that's related to these Big Bang type models. And from that perspective, the Big Bang is more important than the Christianity part. That Christianity, not, like just to say, okay, most Jews aren't money lenders, but you say, okay, most money lenders might be Jews, but most Jews aren't money lenders. In the same way, the power might reside in the church, but most Christians aren't in power. And from the center of the people, okay, Peter Thiel calls himself a Christian, but the Big Bang might be more central to Peter Thiel than is Christianity. And the terms, why is the Big Bang more essential than the Christianity? Because the Big Bang is more necessary for his dissonance resolution to use violence to control the resources that he's a steward of.
Are you saying the big trolls? What exactly? Thinking, or
That what?
You're
I'm
saying
expanding
that,
on what you said. You said, that connected with why the elites use this structure, because it's a singularity, that they're saying reality comes from a singularity. So I'm saying the importance of coming from a singularity is somewhat like the divine right of kings, or the great chain of being. And the reason why these theories are popular from the elite perspective is because they're conducive to the justification of the use of violence to control the resources. And so entropism will not produce a system where Peter Thiel or Donald Trump or whatever has a justification to use extreme amounts of violence to control the resources that they're in charge of. And so the Big Bang is more likely to, under direct derivation of logic and axioms and predictions and modeling of results, to give a system where it makes sense to have a small number of people controlling the resources and using extreme amounts of violence to maintain control of the resources. And so from that point, entropism is not useful to the system. And the Big Bang is useful to the system because it produces a scientific law that allows them to propagate the system in the way that continues the momentum. Or even to a larger extent, that's in line, to say that your system of entropism might be more in line with the greater absolute truth, but the Big Bang model is more in line with the truth of the material realm.
well, that is a very fascinating hypothesis. Yeah, there is a zero. It's a zero-sum game on the material, but it's not a zero-sum game in the spiritual. You know that, right?
Well, it depends on the system, but I mean, it could be.
But it's because me teaching someone increases the amount of knowledge. It doesn't diminish my knowledge. Right?
Well, I mean, if it's
How could that be
Armageddon type thing where eventually there's going to be a single system that wins out, and if your system is in opposition to the system that wins out, you and the followers of your system will need to be converted or destroyed.
Sorry, you're roboting a bit. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, so that it's zero sum if you're assuming that in the end of days there's going to be one system that wins out. There could only be one. And within that, if your system is not in line with the system that wins out, you will have to be converted or destroyed.
Oh. Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
It doesn't matter how you feel about it. I'm saying it's a fact. And you're saying, okay, yes, it's zero sum. And it's saying, like, yes, there's someone who very much likely will claim the exact same resources you're claiming. And it's very possible that the person that claims the same resources that you're claiming will be willing to use violence in the light of their claim of the same resources that you're claiming.
Okay.
And from that systematic way, if your system tells you that you're the rightful owner of those resources and the other person's system tells them that you are not the rightful owner of the resources and you're using their resources, it is basically zero sum, because you can't if sharing the resources isn't a possibility, there has to be a winner and a loser.
I don't know. I mean, the generation of resources and consumption isn't done by the same people in general. So, total destruction. Plus, you got reincarnation on top of that. So, people isn't really possible. So, to me, it's like I
would say
matter of time.
I mean, God forbid to say this about you, but if I just put it on you, I say that, like, Jewish friends or Hindu friends, you got the poor man's version and the rich man's version, and saying, okay, like, Church of Entropy is giving you the poor woman's version of physics, and Doooovid and the multiple truth hypothesis, these giving you the possibility for the rich man's version of physics. In that sense, like, if you follow entropism, you might have a better appreciation of truth, but you will never accumulate power or wealth. As where if you follow Doovidism,
there you go.
You might have just as much of a level of understanding of truth as through entropism, and at the same time, you're more likely to accumulate wealth and power. So Jennifer, from that perspective, she's giving you the poor man's version of truth, and Doovid is giving you the rich man's version of truth.
That's funny.
Well, it's funny because it's true.
Like it. So there you have it, folks. I don't think I could have come up with that, honestly. That's impressive. I think, I think everybody will be happier if they believe what's true.
No, people would be happier
there's
if they get their check. It doesn't matter. I'm saying
matter of permanent.
Because your theory is riddled with these falsenesses that we know are false. That's why you're giving a poor person's view of science, and from your own perspective that you're wrong, and science knows that you're wrong. That's not how people act. That's not the basis that people act on. That there's not a connection. There's almost no evidence at all that people act on truth. And if your system is only offering them truth, people are probably not going to follow you. And so it's like, so if you're going to say truth is martyrdom, truth is suffering, I'm sorry, I'm offering you the truth, but truth is suffering, and that's the price of truth. And versus someone else is coming, I'm offering you a version of truth that's not just suffering. I'm offering you a system of truth that doesn't require you to be poor. I'm offering you a system of truth that, and that's why you have to somewhat be able to regurgitate these false theories. Because if you can't, Jennifer might, be a not very intelligent person, but if she can't regurgitate these false theories, she can't go into City Hall and cash a check, and she will always be teaching you a poor person's version of science.
There you have it, folks. The poor man's Carl Sagan.
Well, I'm saying that. I mean, you agree if you can't regurgitate this stuff, it's near impossible to go into City Hall and cash a check.
They expect you to regurgitate the Big Bang when you go to get a welfare check in City Hall or whatever check.
I mean, well, I was saying that to some extent, the size of your check is based upon how well you understand this. But yes, I mean, even to get your welfare check, you have to regurgitate this to a small level. But like on a on a George Soros, Jeffrey Epstein level, you're gonna have to or Bill Gates, you're gonna have to be regurgitating this stuff at a much higher level.
Oh wow!
But entropism, you're not even going to get a welfare check. So but you're saying, okay, that's the price of truth, and look at the great sages who were martyrs for truth, and saying, okay, that's you want the truth, and you can't handle the truth because the truth is suffering. You wanted the truth to make you happy, and I said that's not the nature of truth. Truth is going to increase your suffering, not decrease it.
Well, truth will make you realize that even when you thought you were happy, you weren't, and that it was just a fragment of what was possible. And to like move forward and actually full self-actualization, you have to start from true axioms. But if people are still stuck in a phase of consciousness where they have to bind to false axioms for a sense of identity, well, it's not up to me to come in and tell them that they can't do that, because obviously they can and do it.
Yeah, and as I said, like people don't go to the country to learn the truth; they go to elite institutions. Right. And so people who go to elite institutions don't listen to JF or Entropy or Doooovid. They listen to elite institutions. The reason people are listening to us is probably because we're outsiders. We're not part of elite institutions.
Well, you said earlier you were elite institution adjacent.
Well, yeah. I mean, okay. I went to University of Michigan, that is the best university in the state. Like I know most of the Harvard alumni in my area. Like I go to my rabbis, my female rabbis, a Harvard alumni, and most of the synagogues I go to are peppered with Harvard alumni. In the business world, like I see them, and when we do, we do like a Big Bang handshake, and like we get our checks. And like I hope that they, I figure like these guys went to Harvard, they would never watch my YouTube channel. Like they're getting paid, they don't have time to care about my bullshit. So like I just do the Big Bang handshake and get my check and move on, and then talk to the country girl with a high IQ about ideas.
Sorry, that's great. Yeah, well, I don't want them to hate me. I'm not discarding all their, attempts. I'm just saying, like,
they're not gonna hate you. They're not going to look into you because, like, you're not writing them checks. It's not part of their structure. From their perspective, there's nothing of value that you could give them. They already have the truth. They already have the resources. Yeah. So there's no value proposition that they. That's why, like, Luke is like, do you think any of these people actually watch your content? It's like, no, of course not. There's no value proposition for them to watch my content. There's no value proposition for them to consider your theories.
Well, if they care about truth, then it's its own
There's
value.
no value proposition for them to care about truth, because the caring about truth will reduce their grip on resources.
I just feel like it's not an either or proposition.
Yeah, but I'm saying only a country girl with a high IQ would think that, because like if you were from the city, you would know that is the case. And saying only the person who hasn't been in the city and hasn't had the argument with, if they're saying you can't have this argument with all the guns pointed at you, would say it's a different scenario. And saying, so like, yeah, when you get, I mean, the John Wolfe, I'm just using the example of City Hall for the bank, but all these institutions um, that you might not care about from the countryside, but when you get into the city, the institutions that write the checks to everybody and run society. I mentioned that a few weeks ago, like Jeffrey Epstein, and I mean the point of the prophet's already said the prophet from the countryside can never get past the king's harem. So the prophet from the city grew up.
Wow, is that the thesis in crystallized form?
Well, I think it's a pretty good example.
hypothesis.
So it's saying like, yeah, I mean, saying, okay, like JF couldn't get past the king's harem. He was a high IQ, but when he got to the city, like he came from a small town, like there was only one girl in his town. I mean, he even JF even told like his sexual history on Luke Ford. But it's saying like, yeah, I mean, like he had to like have relations with like the one town slut that was like in miles and miles. Like he couldn't imagine going to the city and the king having a harem of thousands and thousands of women from the town where he came from that only had like one town slut in the in 100 square miles. And from that perspective, like, no, I mean, it doesn't matter how big his IQ is, it's not going to be able to grasp around the effect of the king's harem, as opposed to the prophet who grew up in the city. And as a little kid, he knew about the king's harem and was able to look at the power structure, not overwhelmed by the fact that, by the size of the king's harem. So that's, I mean, it's the mention in the Talmud that mentions the different type prophecies, but like, no, I'm saying Church of Entropy, JF, or where they're not going to give you wisdom that's going to be useful for thriving in an urban area. They might, it's kind of related to the Elliot Kyle wisdom in terms of the wisdom that controls resources, the wisdom that runs cities and society is different than the wisdom you find in the countryside. And, this example of just, when Jennifer gets to the city and you see the king's harem, and you see on the side all the people with guns pointed at you defending the king's harem, what are you going to do? You're just going to, stand there, and what are you going to do?
So what's the proverbial king's harem here? The Big Bang?
No, Big Bang is the philosophical justification for them to use violence to protect what's there. So if you're coming to the city and you're like, oh man, I have to free the king's harem. And you're like, well, how the hell are you going to free the king's harem? They have the royal army protecting them. And he's like, well, it's wrong. I have to free the king's harem. It's like Jeffrey Epstein or something like that. Like, you have to free the king's harem. He's saying, what? You're not going to free the king's harem. The elite have been raping and pillaging the countryside since the creation of the world. I don't think, like you're going to be some countryside princess warrior that's going to come in and single-handedly overthrow the whole structure. It's not going to happen. And saying it's not because you're not smarter than the person on the throne. It's that there's a structure built up, and that the throne built up on the structure serves a utilitarian function, even though it's largely built up on falseness. And so, like, you could just say, I'm just going to ignore New York City. And you say, well, no, New York City is the most important city in the world. And you just like, all that stuff like Wall Street and politics and Harvard and MIT, that's just nonsense. Who cares about it? But it's
Hold
like,
on
okay.
a minute. That's a straw man.
That's why you're giving the poor woman's version of science.
I spoke favorably of people from MIT that I know personally. So, trying to get me in trouble here. What do you want me to do here? Pay tribute? Ramble streams paying tribute? Like, how long I gotta pay tribute for? Is you gotta tell me what the right amount of time spending.
Well, death and taxes. The only certainty is the death and taxes. You have to pay tribute till you die.
Okay. I meant more paying tribute to the Big Bang Theory.
Well, I mean, saying you'll pay your taxes, you'll pay your tribute in your way, or if it's like JF or something like that, or you're just going to run away and be like, I lost the battle. Like we've ceded the cities. Kind of like the Norvin and Richard Spencer. We've ceded the cities. Like we lost the battle. We've ceded the cities. Like retreat to the countryside. in hope that the Jews and the urban dwellers will not be able to survive long enough on the countryside to to take the battle there. But at the same time, like, you ceded the resources, you lost all the resources, or the most valuable resources through your ceding the cities.
Well, yeah, for trade, for sure. But I don't really see us as being really ever owning them. So.
Well, because you took low birth. If you took higher birth, you would be propagating your control of the resources. So it's okay, of course, you took low birth, and you're just like, you never had resources. So it's just I mean, it's like JF. He's like he spent the first 20 years of his life just thinking about, God forbid, the town slut. He didn't even imagine that there was such a thing as the king in the city with a harem of thousands and thousands of women. It was just beyond his fathomness growing up on the countryside to even imagine that such a thing existed. Let alone that he's going to get there and understand and be able to build up or something like that, a system that's been built up over generations. So the prophet, as the Talmud describes it, the prophet that grows up in the city, he appreciates that the king has the harem based on the accumulation of resources that took generations. The prophet from the countryside doesn't have the long-term perspective to understand how something like that came into being, because the perspective of, say, JF, where spent the first 10 years of his life trying to score with the one slut that was in 50 miles of him that he had a chance with, that it was a demographic thing. It was part of being on the countryside. And it was saying that one girl that like JF talked about with Luke Ford or something like that, at the end of the day probably would have been better off in the king's harem than with him. And so even that one girl that he had to work so hard with to get, at the end of days, is in a struggle, because that girl always has the thing, well, should I stay with JF or should I join the king's harem? And so the prophet who grows up in the city knows the dynamics of this in the way that a person from the countryside just couldn't fathom. Even though JF might understand viruses and evolution and nature or something better. Just like Jeffrey Epstein or something like that. JF could understand Jeffrey Epstein and what he did with it, but he just can't figure out how Epstein made so much money. He's like, it must be something to do with being Jewish. But it's like, no, I just can't figure out, how did Epstein make all that money? And it's like, okay, the prophet who grew up in the city, it's not such a big, it's pretty understandable how Epstein made that money. But if the prophet who grew up on the countryside, they're not going to be able to figure out how Epstein made all that money.
Well, I said, I mean, didn't likely explanation was came from the government?
The what? I mean, you could have some minor understanding that, yeah, it has to be something to do with being connected with the government, but it was saying, like, yeah, you only understand that in the big city. Like, you're not going to figure out on the countryside how big business and government and elite institutes work together to produce private wealth on the countryside. You could be a prophet if JF was like Jeffrey Epstein, who was like a poor boy who grew up in Coney Island as opposed to the countryside. Maybe he could have figured it out. Like Jeffrey Epstein, was a Jewish boy from lower middle class family in Coney Island, but because he grew up in the big city, he was able to figure out how these elite structures work and profit from them and even get to the center of it. But like, had he grown up on the countryside, that would have been impossible. And even from your own perspective, like, you can't really fathom the internal workings of City Hall.
I'd be inclined to agree with you.
But if you grew up in City Hall, like, you would have a different perspective.
Not even sure if that's true. I mean, what do you mean by City Hall? Like, I don't think you're talking about the administration. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it the bureaucratic class or something, but I'm saying if you grew up as a bureaucrat, your father was a bureaucrat, and you might know the system's false, but you know how to navigate the system. So as I gave you the example, when you get to the big city and you get off and you see a crime right when you get off, and the person you're meeting is like, oh, don't worry, that happens all the time. And you're like, no, I'm kind of worried. You sure I shouldn't worry? It's like, it's like, dude, was that gunshots in the background? It's like, oh, no, don't worry, that happens all the time. You're like, where the hell do you live that happens all the time? You're not supposed to be worried. And so when you get in the operations, I grew up in City Hall. This is just how we function. This is how we navigate the system. And I've learned to navigate the system in order to increase my own benefit. And so the elite in general, that's all they're doing, is they're just navigating the system. And that's why you have a Big Bang type model where all you have is a bunch of people navigating the system in order to increase their own benefit. And that eventually creates a small selection of elite that are willing to do the most ruthless thing. Normally, that's why I said from the elite perspective, plan A is always violence, in order to control the resources. And so it's this natural element where you're outside of City Hall and I hate City Hall. I hate everything that stands for, everything that they do there. And that's why I'm poor, because like I can't figure out how to walk in there and walk out with money. I don't know how Jeffrey Epstein does it. He just walks into City Hall and he's got his own key, and then he just leaves with however much money he wants. I have no idea how the hell he did that. But burst the perspective, like, yeah, I grew up in City Hall and I don't really know how it works, but I know that I figured a way to walk in there and get my own key and divert the resources towards me, and then have a plan A option of violence in order to control those resources. And saying it's not because of specific people designed it, it's because the system itself of science is designed that the halls of power are always going to be under those structures. And so this Big Bang type template is that model of the person who works within the system of City Hall, and why the entropism will always be a poor woman, or JF will always be a poor man's theory of science, because they'll never allow you to walk into City Hall and say, oh, I have a key.
Fair enough. Yeah. I doubt that is possible.
I mean, you could see under Judaism, like that model, like you could see that Doooovid could have a model where he walks into City Hall and has a key, and it makes sense to him that somehow there's City Hall and there's Doooovid and he's got a key. In an entropist model, there's no model where where Jennifer walks into City Hall and has a key.
Yeah. I guess you're safe.
Well, I mean, because you can still say what's the greater aspect of truth, but from that perspective, yes, that's why Doooovid could regurgitate these theories, whether they're false or not. And from the greater perspective of the multiple truth hypothesis, you're saying there's a reason why these false theories are true inside City Hall.
Ah, interesting.
And there's and that's really to keep people like you poor. Well, I'm saying the science of it, from a scientific perspective, it was designed by God, so to say, to keep people like you poor.
Why would God want me poor?
Well, I mean, that's the martyr connection, that truth doesn't belong in the material realm, is that what you see, the corruptness and immorality that you see in the halls of power, is the truth of the material realm. So if it's the question of me and the evil man and who belongs here, the fact is it's the material realm. And if I'm righteous, it's me that doesn't belong here. The evil man actually does belong here. So if Jennifer is coming up and bearing the truth and walks into City Hall and you say, I'm an agent of falsehood, that Jennifer would be like, well, actually, this is your realm, and in this realm, you're the one who belongs here, not me. So I'm going to bow out.
Bow
I mean, say
out.
if there's a battle between truth and falseness in the material realm, falseness will win.
Possibly, yeah.
That would be like the most Christianized. There's a Hinduized.
Well, Maya, right? But Maya's not really falseness. Maya is the illusory world.
But I mean, the multiple truth hypothesis will create the framework of, the same, okay, can Doovid walk into synagogue and be an Orthodox Jew and then walk into the Krishna temple and be a devotee of Krishna and both be true, even though they're self-contradictory? And it's, can Doovid, you believe in a correct understanding of reality and then still walk into City Hall and collect a check based on a false perception of reality? And so entropism is saying no. Entropism, you could have a correct perception of reality, but due to that correct perception of reality, you could no longer walk into City Hall and collect a check because that's based on a lie.
I don't know if I'd go to that extent, but I can see why you might think that.
Yeah, I mean, so let's just do these slides, and that's the purpose of me trying to frame these things. And there's a reason why the multiverse is slipping out from the elite circles, and the theories and the derivation, and so kind of the standing on the shoulders of giants, and even historical realms. You're saying if 1,000 years from now, and people are reading what Doovid and and Jennifer were writing, and then they're going, well, what were the elite institutions publishing at the time? And they look at Harvard and they find Pinker and Tegmark and Koslin and Novak or whatever these names, and they're largely based on the institutionalized, like historically, if you look like medicine, like viruses, what were the elites saying at the time? And they had this system of 4 humors, and basically in the Romanized world of Greece, Rome, early Christian Europe, any doctor, any systemized person would have used this system of the 4 humors to diagnose your illness. That was the institutionalized truth, and whatever explanation you give. And today, there's a lot of people, whether it's true or not, say you would have been better off probably not going to the doctor than going to the doctor with the way they understood medicine at the time. But there's a connection between the paradigm and the power structure. And that's why Doovid's saying there's a connection between the Big Bang Theory and the current structure and the multiverse. And the multiple truth hypothesis is going to be the framework moving forward. And that's why I'm pulling these things out of the current states, where it's saying even within the current paradigm that I'm largely coming to say is false, the truth could be seen in it. And even from the competitive system, I'm deriving proofs to my own system from the competitive system. They're saying, I will prove my system true from your own system. And so, okay, you don't want to take those steps because you're teaching the poor woman's version of science. And so, okay, learn the rich man's version of science, and you'll be able to have the truth and a check.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go back. So we had that slide of these various problems, and I guess here the flatness, it's got kind of its answers. The flatness problem, start of arbitrary curvature, expand to the very big space will be flat. The horizon problem, points begin casually connecting, inflation moves them to the causally disconnected state we have now. So he's got cold dark matter theory, dark energy. I don't know if you have, you don't have any comments on these, but I thought these were useful slides. He's kind of just giving an overview of the various factors in modern day science towards the direction that the elites are converging on. Okay, so what drives inflation? This concept, we have some understanding that there is this concept of inflation. It's largely drew on a form of extrapolation. We don't have direct observation of inflation. We're observing the effects of inflation from a distance or whatever, but it's largely accepted among the consensus of people using the best of technology and data available that there is this inflation, the Hubble constant, and that everything is moving away from each other at faster and faster speeds. So a non-string theorist view of string theorist view of inflation. So from a string theory of reality, we have to be in 10 dimensions. And somehow, I mean, do you completely reject these multi-dimensional theories, or do you see the utility to them?
Well, there's truth to the idea of information essentially possessing more dimensions than what's physically observable. Like, for example, the 11-dimensional mind on the One Science blog there. So there's clearly some higher dimensional processing going on with regards to information. But sorry, just hang on a second. There's somebody at my door. I'll be right back.
Okay, so I'll just pound through a few of these slides. I was going to do this on my multiple truth hypothesis because a lot of I might still keep these slides and do this on. But I mean, these deep questions about what is the nature of reality? What is the evidence that these theories that explain the nature of reality based upon, and then the limitations of empiricism to say, was that really all the information we have to determine the nature of reality? And then say a greater picture of what is this nature of reality that takes into consideration the paucity of evidence that we have in order to explain this reality. And so look, these things are pretty complicated, and I guess it's week in review. We can't ask Jennifer to give like a free physics class in order to help explain these theories that she disagrees with. But I'll put the link in the chat for I want a higher level of understanding of physics to start discussing these things on a higher level. And I don't need to be a physicist to advance my multiple truth hypothesis, but just show the relevant aspects of the fundamental questions of science in terms of physics and the information of the question of Plato and Aristotle, of mathematics and reality or empiricism and rationalism, scientific realism versus nominalism, all these things. And so from this theory of the age of the universe, these classic models where you have this rapid inflation, and some of this is actually related to some of Jennifer's theories, which I say is an alternative but similar explanation for somewhat the infrastructure of some of her ideas are actually very similar to this. But so some of these multiple that from the original Big Bang and inflation, that these multiple dimensions are created at the beginning. And then there's a period of huge amounts of heat in the very first few minutes of certain kinds of energy. And then their calculation, the first 3,800 years, is the period where visible light appears and the gravitational waves. So these questions of science, how do you explain gravity in terms we have a law of gravity, and how do you measure its effect? What does gravity do? What's the mathematical fact of gravity in terms of measuring versus how does the mechanism of gravity work from the perspective of reality? So polarization of light is one of these loose methods of proving these theories. Because all there is kind of this background data. So if okay, if there's these gravity waves and this was the way that the realms were created, then what type of evidence would exist that would be measurable in the current material realm, and things like polarization of light and might be a time we might end up ending the stream pretty soon, but this all stuff worthy of future discussions. And in these realms of the mathematics, let's say if the equations that correctly describe the realm we live in, it could be extrapolated to explain these things that can't really be tested in our realms. So these slides are pretty good as an overview of just, and here's like a Doooovid vector field differential equation type fields here. You're talking like curlness or relating to the type measurements of forces that we find coming from the cosmos, and how that would be interpreted to support these various conclusions. And eventually, that's the multiverse. Inflation. So there's different ways, like fine tuning or fine graining. Or I have to look back at the papers and review these and do more research. That in theory, that the multiverse is coming to explain certain observations that can't be explained in any other way. But you have like beyond the event horizon, beyond the time horizon, beyond the something horizon is the multiverse. Is there some horizon, and then what's beyond the horizon? And so that by definition, like a universe includes everything, but like could there be a universe and then something beyond that? So Tegmark is just talking about the distance beyond which the speed of light travels. If everything's moving away from each other, the light that will ever reach us, and that's the end of the universe, that the maximum distance that light could travel. And then you have beyond that, just because the space is infinite, and the evidence shows that the matter content is largely even throughout space. Then what's beyond that horizon? And so here comes, well, the multiverse. These regions, share physics, have the same space-time characteristics, but each one has a different initial condition. Some serious estimates say there are countless regions of our universe in size. Some will say all possible initial conditions are explored. That if you have infinite space, that in reality you have a system that has every single possible initial conditions. And then you're looking at this from the inflationary aspect of this cosmic radiation, this evidence that Jennifer was talking about, why we started the stream. And expansion is could be explained from inflation. So the Comte is gravity is what bothers everybody. Well, there's multiple things in the unification theory, but I mean gravity has come to a mechanism for the explanation. And so that's where you're coming in. The multiverse is in line with explanations of gravity, in that the multiverse, in terms of the theories on the market that give a mechanism for the workings of gravity, that the multiverse is one of, so to say, the accepted scientific theories. Is like, okay, did the virus emerge from evolution naturally? And I was thinking about that also. Like, people are so caught up in evolution that everyone's like, of course it didn't come from a lab, it came from evolution, dummy. Don't you know what evolution? Like, evolution and viruses, like, of course there's a virus and it's killing us because of evolution, as opposed to from a lab. But the idea, you have competing theories. Did it come from a lab? Was it man-made? Was it engineered? Was it released from nature? Or was it just a natural process of evolution that happens all the time? So these competing theories to explain the origins of gravities, or the mechanism of gravity. And so you'll see that the multiverse is one of these main theories, and in relation to the multiverse being in line with the multiple truth hypothesis. So these are some pretty cool graphics. I don't know, Jennifer come back, and like, she definitely understands this stuff better than I do, and that's why I was trying to get her to frame it, and I guess kind of calling her out with, like, I don't want the poor woman's explanation of this. I want to, she could help a more useful explanation, but if she doesn't want to use her physics knowledge to explain these theories she disagrees with, or whatever, maybe time for a different time. But that was my main thinking behind it. Would be interesting. And then obviously it's a lot of work. Jennifer's made some of her own slides, but to make her own slides, it's easier to go with existing slides of what you're going to find inside the current elite institutes. So Tegmark has his multiple views of the multiverse, where it's just, is it just infinite space and it's just the same laws, or is it possible our existence? Okay, so fine tuning is this exception where I don't know, maybe the Kante understands this better than me, But in terms of mathematical scientific proof of the multiverse, this concept of fine tuning is important, and so our existence is possible due to fine tuning of the constants of nature. I mean, just the concept that the only reason we could have light is because of the 30 or so important equations and quantities and constants that Tegmark identifies or whatever. If they were varied by a few percent, it wouldn't create the condition for life, and that's the fine tune that the world, like intelligent design, is fine tuned. So if the weak force was a little bit stronger, or all these various things, if they were just off by a little bit, it would be impossible to have life. And this historical argument for design, or like the transcendental argument, famous comics. So with internal inflation and cosmic landscape, all possibilities are populated. In course, we will find ourselves in a universe where we can't exist. So we said in the paper that, where the guy gets the hotel room and it correlates to something. Well, you knew you were going to get a number, and whatever that number was going to correlate to something. Doesn't mean that number that correlates to something is some sort of hidden sign. It's saying, well, all universes are possible, and of course we reside in the universe that makes us possible. So it's not like oh, look at all the the things that had to go for small probability. It's like, no, all those various universes existed, and of course we exist in the one that was fine-tuned for us. What's this epicroptic universe? No inflation necessary, cyclic in time and universe. Other theories of the epipatricity model. Actually, I never heard of this, but it's just in these slides. It's kind of interesting. I'm not sure if Conte's perfect systemic balance equivalent, if that's related to something different, or if that's the epicroptical model. I'm not familiar with that one. So you have a cyclic model to address some limitations and paradox of the Big Bang model. Cosmologists Paul Steinhardt and Neil Torok have developed a new cosmology that views the visible universe as one small part of a much greater, larger reality, most of which exist in other dimensions that we cannot perceive. Our universe exists on a three-dimensional membrane represented by the flat panel at the right that lies right next to another membrane. Every trillion years or so, the two membranes collide, unleashing a firestorm of energy analogous to the Big Bang. As in the earlier model, the universe cools, gives rise to galaxies, and eventually expands to near emptiness. In this version, however, another collision between membranes then restarts in the whole cycle of creation. Thus, time and space are both infinite. So you have the quantum mechanical multiverse. And, so the classical Copenhagen interpretation that, Jennifer talks about all the time, and is you're just that of all the possibility, it collapses to one state, and that one state is reality, as opposed to, Schrodinger's cat, and saying, well, what about the states that didn't collapse to as so Doooovid's multiple truth hypothesis fits right into this question of really the Copenhagen interpretation. So in terms of physics, the multiple truth hypothesis could be competitive to the Copenhagen interpretation. So relative state formalism, usually called the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics by Doooovid, that uses Hilbert space. Many worlds are continuum of reality separated by the dimensions of Hilbert state. Anything that could happen does happen with the universal wave function, hence the multiple worlds multiverse, and this was Tegmark's type 3 multiverse. So you have the fecund multiverse, the cosmological natural selection. So not have to do more research on that one. Cosmological natural selection. Parameters of the universe naturally gravitate towards being favorable for production of black holes. Long stellar lifetimes also be favorable for the development of life. Natural fine-tuning, falsifiable. Is our universe optimal for black hole production? There's the computational multiverse. Bostrom, Oxford, humanity is likely to become extinct before reaching the level of technological advancement that we can stimulate universes. There's fundamental limitations in computing that keeps advancing civilizations from simulating a universe. For some unknown reason, a civilization that develops the capacity to simulate a universe chooses not to do so. We are almost certainly living in a computer simulation. I'm not so sure about that, but University of Rochester spent $50 million to establish itself as a leader in the evolving field of big data research, constructing a 50,000 square foot home for a new Institute of Data Science. So here's TechMart's Multiverse Taxonomy 2003. I went over this paper, and that classifies them by levels of abstraction complexity. TechMart's idea is assume there is an eternal reality independent of humans. There exists a theory of everything. Theory of everything must be well-defined and unambiguous. It must be mathematical. It must be self-contained mathematical theory. It must be perfect. It must have parts that correspond to every aspect of reality, isomorphic mapping. This self-contained, self-consistent mathematical framework corresponds to our reality. Why not others? So just saying, if this mathematics is the true representation of the theory of everything, and explains our reality, could explain other realities besides our reality. And the level 4, where you have even other mathematical structures, different fundamental equations of physics, even mathematical existence. You're saying the case of level 4 of mathematical existence equals physical existence. You're kind of saying like Aristotle and Plato are one and the same. Oh, okay. So SM. Look back what SM was, but taxonomy. Okay, so space-time separated, beyond the horizon multiverse. TechMart's level 1, then you fecund multiverse, an oscillating Big Bang multiverse, you have the chronic multiverse, the cyclic patch multiverse, the bubble multiverse, dimensionally separated many worlds multiverse, like Everett's, the faith-separated multiverse of faith, like heavenly planets, mathematical multiverse, computational multiverse like the matrix, or multiverse of wishful thinking like the law of attraction, possibly karma. And that's, I would like to eventually get those into the multiple truth hypothesis, also the spiritual connection. So perhaps the question isn't, do we live in a multiverse, but rather how many types of multiverse are there in which we live? Interesting. So when asked about whether or not he believed in the multiverse, Weinberg related that he just read the Martin Rees said that he had enough confidence in the multiverse to bet his dog's life on it. Andrew Lynn said he had enough confidence to bet his own life. As for me, I have just enough confidence about the multiverse to bet the lives of both Lynn and Rees' dog. Okay, so there you see the kind of physicist sense of humor. So I'm not sure if Jennifer's coming back. So I did those slides. I'm hoping for Jennifer's insight. But,
I'm here.
So did you just want to wrap up, or did you have commentary on the slides? Are you back?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm not sure what to say because it's just all going to be the country girl hot takes, It's kind of my thing.
Well, because I wanted to go over, I mean, it's more just a Doovidism thing. I wanted to go over kind of an explanation and because in Hebrew, Milos and Chrysoinon, the good and bad points of the various theories on the market. And I guess that's not really an entropy type thing to do, where you're going to use your powers of physics and understanding to explain a bunch of theories you disagree with.
I suppose I could try. The cycling, they had a cycling model. Did you notice that? So that's like, I say my model is cyclic, but like they still put a Big Bang in it via membranes. And I mean, the geometry of it is sensical. Like, I understand the argument, but you can make any argument using mathematics. If you can make a geometric argument. So
I started to mind the multiple truth, the greater framing of science, and then the importance of truth discovery, where if you say, what percentage of reality are we correctly explaining? Saying like reality probably far less than 1%. Or if you're saying like, no, the laws of science and mathematics were basically explaining 100% of reality. And then if you have that much faith and belief in the mathematical laws of science, then you should be able to extrapolate truth about things. And then, like those slides said, if mathematics and the scientific laws could correctly describe our realities, can they be extrapolated to describe other realities that are not ours also? And then if mathematics is true because it correctly describes our reality, are the other realities that the same mathematics described also true?
yeah, it's a boundary condition, because you're saying, well, there's another universe that we can't observe. So I don't know what, because there's like more than one viewpoint. One of them, they're saying there's more than one initial condition, and that there's a selection process, like natural selection, between universal possibilities into one or several. And yeah, that's then there's like the fine tuning argument, which is the anthropic principle. And then there's this possibility that because, well, they're saying like anything could happen. And which is basically the multiple truth hypothesis, is that you have to look at all possible axioms from the beginning. So yeah, they're all in some way nonsensical to me. And then to try to go and derive information from nonsensical premises is a bit challenging. But I suppose the expansion, I mean, everybody can agree that the universe is expanding, right?
No, I don't think that. I mean, there's large consensus that the evidence of the factors that we use to determine the distance cosmos all point to the universe expanding, although there are explanations that don't include the universe expanding. But the consensus is that the universe is expanding, and that's the consensus explanation of the phenomenon of type background radiation and the type things that are measurable of the information that's being delivered from far parts of the cosmos.
Yeah, that's the hard part, is how can it be expanding but staying the same at the same time? Because it's obviously the same stars in the sky night after night. So there's this like sameness, and then it's all.
Well, it's an extremely limited amount of information. We think that like what we could put satellites and telescopes and microwaves and various things out there to read all the information coming from deep space towards us, but in reality it's very limited information. And then to say our ability to determine the laws of the universe from the amount of information we have available is very limited. However, we could determine laws that are relatively predictive, at least in our realm, and then extrapolate those laws towards the larger cosmos. And that's why you have all these various theories, because they're just extrapolations largely of mathematical principles used to explain either what happens if you try to take this backwards in time, or what happens if you try to expand these explanations into larger amounts of space that we have limited information about.
So you're saying that there's something analogous to Big Bang somewhere else?
Well, it's from a multiple truth hypothesis that we're going through the discovery of truth discovery, where we're looking at the information available and trying to determine the truth from the information available. And from the point of truth discovery, we say, well, how much information is available? And you say extremely limited. we're confined to one tiny planet, and we only have very few methods to garner information from outside of our planet.
True.
But we do have some methods. And so you could have the sum total of the information that we could garner, and then the various theories that are extrapolated from that information. And, so if you look at what type of assessment value do you give that for what is the truth, and you say, well, very little. We have, some useful patterns and ideas that we recognize, but can we really claim to have a strong grip on the truth of reality, or even the nature of the material realm, let alone predictions about what's beyond the observable, either in terms of the microscopic or the macroscopic, like in terms of viruses or atomic material, or in terms of the cosmos, where it's a similar process of extrapolating to either what's too small for our sight, or what's beyond the level of our observation.
Well, that was very insightful. Been going for almost 4 hours here, so maybe we'll wrap it up soon. But yeah, that was a great show. Appreciate all your insight. We didn't get to talking about the different axiom systems, so that we could start systematizing things. But
yeah, and we could either look at that or the different, maybe major areas that need explanation. So you say, okay, axioms, you kind of like the Jeffrey Epstein life is the answer, then what's the question? So it's saying, well, if life is the answer, your axioms the question, or saying life is the question and axioms are the answer, or something like that. And if you're saying, so from that perspective, maybe you could also look at it, what are the fundamental things that need to be explained that require axioms in the first place?
Okay.
Kind of say, okay, life is the
So,
answer.
like,
What
maybe
if life is the question?
Eternal questions type deal. Like, I actually did make a list of them recently.
Well, I'm saying the opposite. I guess Epstein said life is the answer, so what is the question? But if you said the more basic way, life is the question, life is the question, so what's the answer? The answer is axioms. That the answer to the question of life is axioms.
I think the answer to the question of knowledge is axioms. The answer to the question of life is survival.
Well, I was saying the answer to what is life, why are we here, how are we here,
Right. Knowledge.
is axioms.
Yeah, the route to knowledge is axioms, definitely.
Yeah, and saying that life could be described by knowledge, and but I mean, there is some sort of utility to this Epstein thing, that like, what's the question, what's the answer, and so what do you need axioms for in the first place? You need axioms in order to describe something, but what is this? So you postulate that there is something that needs descriptions, and do you need axioms just to explain what axioms are?
Oh, wonderful question. I'm really glad we're talking about that now. Do you need axioms to talk about what axioms are? You have to understand how a truth claim is evaluated in the first place. Because it's
a truth claim, that's what I meant, why I brought up Epstein, the life is the answer, what's the question, is that you need a question to have axioms. The axioms are going to come to answer a question of, says, what is truth? But if you didn't have this question, what is truth, that requires axioms to answer that, would you have a need for axioms? So like, do you need that first step of someone asking what is truth in order to necessitate axioms? Or are you saying there's a fundamental reality of truth, whether the person asks it or not?
There's subconscious axioms, so that's why I paused. Because there's an axiom of like consciousness, like your capacity to make those types of judgments in the first place is predicated on you possessing consciousness. So there's tacit conscious axioms accepted. And speaking of an opinion. Do you understand? But you're not consciously aware of the fact that you're using axioms, but you are using de facto axioms.
Well, it's like a multiverse type thing. It's like, well, what is true? It's like everything is true. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, yes, everything is true, that and its opposite. And you say, okay, well, there's, this universe where this is true, but there's another universe where this is false and that is true. And so from a multiple truth hypothesis, what is the truth? And so that's why I put the original formulation of, you have the set of all possible axioms versus the subset of you have a subset of a selection of axioms from the set of all possible axioms. And this question of what is truth, and you're saying, well, you have the set of all possible axioms, and from a greater perspective of truth, all possible axioms are true. But in the subset of truth, you only have a subset of axioms that are true, and the other axioms within that subset may not be true, even though from a greater truth perspective, all axioms are true. And you could relate that to somewhat like a multiverse type statement where you say, yes, in essence, everything is true, although you might have local areas of localities where within a local region, some things are more true than others. But on the global region, you say not necessarily from a global perspective is any one thing more true than anything else.
Some things are more true than others. Wow, that's a funny quote. That reminds me of the Animal Farm book. Everyone's equal, but some people are more equal than others.
Well, so at least the multiple truth hypothesis would posit a method towards quantizing and working with this, at least saying, okay, so within the system of the elite, the Big Bang is true, so to say, with a utility that is more truth than the other systems on the market, versus the actual truth that describes our universe versus a possible greater truth where it's like in reality everything is true, even the Big Bang, and there might be some multiverse system where that is the truth, or some internal system where everything is in essence true, but you have a narrative where you have a higher weight of what happens if you weight the system differently instead of weighting all values of truth equally, where you change the weighting value. And so at least the multiple truth value in a mathematical model would give you that weighting system where you could look at this infinite set of all possible axioms, and you could play around and change the weighting factor, and then saying at the end of the day it's got to equal to 1. So
I just realized there's a bit of a problem there, because if everything is true, then you don't have the principle of like the negation in Boolean logic. So in such a system, you couldn't use Boolean logic because it would contradict the axiom of Boolean logic that says A equals negative A if and only if A is 0. This is basically the idea is that not A is the opposite of A. And if everything is true, then not A is also true. So you can't have a system where you posit that everything is true, because then it becomes tautological. And then there's no false, which would mean you can't use Boolean logic because the negation is false.
Well, because I'm not saying that you have a system that posits everything is true. I'm saying that I'm positing truth is the infinite set of all possible axioms. So it's not like the law is that everything is true. The law is there's this infinite set of all possible axioms.
Okay. And their truth value is undefined? Or they are defined as the truth value?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I would go about quantifying that. And I guess in the equation value, I had that any subset of x, the sum of all the various combinations of subsets of axioms times the probability of which I called U, which would just be them being the correct description of reality, or the material imagination of reality will equal 1. And so that you could have your Boolean, your non-Boolean systems, and the integral of all these different systems times the probability of the manifestation of that given system in the material realm will equal 1. So that would say if you had your Boolean system and your non-Boolean system times the probability of that correctly being what we're going to call reality or universal, will sum to 1.
Okay. I think I have a similar structuring of mine. It's not identical though. But yeah, something has to add up to 1 because there's only one thing that happens, right? So there has to be like some finiteness to it, even though it's an infinite universe, like all the possibilities of what could happen. There's a 100% chance that something's going to happen, basically.
Well, it's saying there's a sum total of one correct explanation of reality. And that one correct explanation of reality could be because one explanation is weighted at 1 and all the other explanations are weighted at 0. Or it could be because multiple explanations lead to the sum total and that the multiple explanations have a numeric value for how much they lead to the sum total.
Okay.
So say, okay, there's just one explanation, all other explanations are null, or that there's an infinite, a finite number of explanations, and times that finite value times some numeric value, and all of those all those explanations times the numeric value will sum total towards 1, or that there's even an infinite amount of explanations, and the infinite explanations times the probability factor of that, even though it's an infinite summation, will still sum to 1.
Okay.
So it would be like a mathematized method to apply the multiple truth hypothesis. So you might have a system where you have your Boolean, and it could be 1 and all the others are 0, or maybe it's 9, and you have the non-Boolean that's 0.1, or maybe so you have to use some sort of truth discovery method to calculate these values.
Ah.
And then once you've used truth discovery to calculate those values from a moving on purpose, those values are what truth is in terms of the truth function equation, that your truth discovery that determined the values of your subset of axioms, that is your kind of vector field for truth, that truth is kind of like a vector field, and that these equations will produce a vector field of definition of truth.
It's a tough one to visualize, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, this thing's not supposed to be visual. Saying because it's going to describe the truth beyond visualization.
Well, there's nothing to me. There's nothing beyond visualization, because if something's beyond visualization, I just won't assimilate it.
Well, I'm saying that's obviously
works.
The macroscopic and the microscopic, that beyond visualization because it's too far away or too big, or beyond visualization because it's too small.
No, nothing is beyond visualization for me. I want to visualize anything I can understand. I'm not going to bother memorizing something I can't visualize. That's how I see it anyway. I mean, I don't know how you want to store information if not visualizing.
Well, if we're wrapping up this week, I hope to at least do one stream, maybe 2, on chess studies, and a lot of these will focus on how the mind, 2 perspectives. One is on this quantifiable question of expertise. How do you quantify differences in thinking ability in terms of chess play? And then also, how does the mind visualize thought? And in terms of some chess studies, they know that we don't actually visualize the chessboard when you think about it. So the question of mental visualization versus possible explanations that say the mind doesn't use a visualization. There is no visualization process connected to thought, or somewhere in between. Is all thought visualization, or are there forms of thought that don't require visualization?
Yeah, interesting.
Well, I'll go over the Doovidian method, and I'll go over the current the major studies and current state of research, mostly related to chess, and hopefully I'll do one or two streams this week, because like I have a whole bunch of further stuff on the physics and the physics of the multiverse and the holographic universe, but I actually have so much more stuff on chess. So I think this week I'm going to do one or two streams on chess, just to get some of that information out there. And so when you think about your statement like that, visualization, you think, is that evidence based on the current systematic understanding of science of how the mind creates thought?
It's just my own way of approaching things. So,
But saying, what if that doesn't align with current evidential experimental study?
well, then I'll figure out a way to visualize it. Because right now it's like it makes total
What's
sense.
an opposite? You're saying you're claiming that you'll come up with a way to not visualize it, because you're mistakenly thinking that there's a connection between thought and visualization.
Oh, I'm looking at it as like there's one central thing, and it's a circle, and there's a one central correct interpretation of reality. That's not reality, but there's one central correct interpretation, and then there's all these proximal states to the center of varying degrees of like accuracy of perceiving this one unified correct perception. But even the correct perception is still a subset of the totality of existence. But there's like an optimized perception. So in that case, it would be like, that would be the 100%, and everything else would be like 99, 95, 90, and so on down percent. So that's how it adds up to one to me. Like the thing that adds up to one in my system is different from yours. So I can visualize my system. So if I was going to remember your system, I'd have to visualize it too. But you kind of lost me because you gave like multiple definitions for something that I'm used to only getting one definition for. So maybe that's just integral to the multiple truth hypothesis.
Well, it's saying because you're limited by the human mind. So you're using a method that wasn't created because it's utility for discovering the truth, but it was created because of the limitation of the human mind. So the multiple truth hypothesis, looking at, despite the limitations of the human mind, what can we decipher about truth? And we talked about scientific realism, or I did on my streams, and saying that you're coming largely from a school of scientific realism, where you're saying there is one truth, and just the question is, can we discover it? Where the multiple truth hypothesis is saying that's a flawed understanding, and in all likelihood there is not one truth, and that there are multiple truths, and hence any method that's looking for one truth is going to be less valuable in the description of truth than one that's recognizing there's going to be multiple truths. But in terms of the utility of the multiple truth hypothesis, you could still assume that there's going to be one truth and use the multiple truth hypothesis just as a method to working to discovering that one truth based on the limitations of our current situation and empiricism and facts and information available. So even though Doovid is predicting that at the end results, as we get closer to truth, it's going to show that there's multiple truths, that the utility of the function will still be valuable to you, that you're predicting that at the end of the day there's only going to be one truth.
Yeah, I guess it's a we have different axioms, because like whether there's a truth plurality or not is an axiomatic thing, because it all comes down to like the subject.
But I think you're missing my point. Is the multiple truth hypothesis does not necessitate a plurality of truth. It accompanies it. The model leaves open that possibility and has a descriptive element where if that is the truth, it could describe it. However, if there is only one truth, the multiple truth hypothesis will work just as well and have just as much utility to people who believe there's only one truth.
Awesome.
It just means that the equations, like the Copenhagen interpretation, that those values will go to zero. So multiple truth hypothesis, leaving open that there's this infinite set of axioms that might have non-zero values. And so you're saying like doesn't negate the multiple truth hypothesis. It just says that according to your understanding within the multiple truth hypothesis, that the vast majority of Doovid's infinite set of all possible axioms are going to have a zero value.
I guess. Well, yeah, I guess there's only one truth. If there's only one truth, there's only one true set of axioms as well.
Yeah, so if I had a set that had of all the possible axioms, and those are going to have a corresponding number, and so saying so you say, okay, that it was unnecessary because they're just all values of zero, so this infinite set of zeros was kind of wasted notation, but it's not going to change the fact that your perception of truth could be expressed within the multiple truth function just by assigning those values mostly to zero.
Oh, we wouldn't be assigning them to zero. We'd be acknowledging that the truth is not something that can be fully known by any one person. So it's like a cross-sectional approach to truth and dissecting it in a bunch of different ways to understand the whole better. So there's a tacit like acceptance of the limitation of the human consciousness. Like it's basically, I'm not saying the truth is unknowable, but it's inexperienceable because all of our experiences come through our faculties.
Yeah, this is why the truth discovery is going to be one of the crucial parts, and it's really going to say, how does the computer go about figuring out truth, and from the perspective, can the computer be better at figuring out truth than we can? And once you've separated that there's a truth that's separate from us, then you're saying the method, well, okay, if let's use the computer as a better estimate of what this truth is, and then where does that leave us from looking at the truth that the computer has more closely deciphered than we were able to?
I don't see it as the computer doing a better job at deciphering how reality
Truth discovery.
Truth is a mechanism, because the universe is a mechanism, and
truth discovery requires setting a value.
Us to write the algorithm. Computers don't write their own algorithms, right? That's where you're,
Well, they do. So that's deep learning. Computers do create their own algorithms.
They can optimize algorithms. They can make, it's possible to make subsidiary algorithms from original algorithms, but they're all like a fine pruning process. The computer can't design code. That's what I'm saying. That's what a human does.
No, I think a computer could design code. I'm saying currently what you mean.
Code is axioms. The metaphor for code here is axioms, and then knowledge is what the computer does, or information is what the computer does. So the computer has its own axioms, right? Therefore, it's calibrated for questions that fall under that axiom set, that they basically line up optimally. So there's like a huge domain of possible questions. And the subset of that domain of possible questions is the ones that can be answered using this type of computational approximation, which in the case of pre-designed systems like chess turns out to be extremely accurate. And we can put in a bunch of numbers, but it's still us putting in the numbers. It's us recognizing the patterns. And the patterns are instituted by us in the code. The code is performed by the computer, and the self-perfectionment of the intention is performed by the computer, but the intentionment is performed by the human. The computer can't tell us what the right intention is, because it's always our intention that shapes the computer, not the other way around.
It may or may not be. I'm saying if truth...
At this point it is. Computers cannot write their own code. You cannot create something so advanced that it's going to be able to write
code. Well, they can. I'm saying computers could write. The computers can't create themselves, but they could create their own code. once they've been created. Like you could have a computer that could create its own code. You can't have a computer that could create itself.
Can a computer really write code? Because I don't think it can.
Yeah, you could have a computer generate code. I mean, of course you can. I mean, you're saying that you might have had a computer code the computer that writes its own code, but yeah, I mean, you'd have a computer write its own code. I mean, like I think you could even get download off the internet programs that do that.
So it's possible to design an algorithm, and then when you call up a function, it writes code. Maybe for a predetermined list of coding specs that a human put in, but not with
I'm saying that's what
inside of its own boundaries.
It's your idea of reinforced and non-reinforced. I mean, I have to review my computer science to get the terminology, but you have reinforced learning, you have non-reinforced learning, and you deep learning, and yes, I mean, a computer could create its own code. That's what deep learning is, where a computer, I mean, certainly a computer could recognize patterns better than we can. We're not the ones who recognize the pattern. The computer recognizes the patterns, and we could recognize the pattern because the computer recognized it. I mean, that's the idea of machine learning, is that the machine is better at recognizing the patterns than man, and that the machine itself is better at figuring out patterns from data than man is programmed. So if you have man that program the computer in order to find patterns from data, that the computer will find better patterns on its own through deep learning than through instructions of man. And in terms of that, the question is what we call train versus on training learning. It means I mean, it's largely mathematical. That's why I keep on mentioning the importance of truth discovery. So if you have trained data, that just means that you're going to manually set the value of certain things by hand. And that, because me, the programmer, enter in the computer that this value equals 1 and that value equals 0, as opposed to the computer just giving it no starting information of no set values, no trained data. And so you have machine learning, artificial intelligence that has trained data and then without trained data. And from that element, you could generate code with trained data. You could generate code with untrained data. I mean, you still have to data enter this, and the computer at some point where you could just say, computer, take information from the world without, being entered from human contact, and whatever level in the direction of the power of computers. Can you just have a computer that will take the information directly from the world that doesn't have to be fed from man? You say, okay, unlikely, or however you understand that, versus saying what's the current capability of the computer in terms of its generation and the recognition of the power of the computer standing up to the power of the human mind, and what, regardless of the connection between the human mind and the computer, what, in terms of the discovery of truth, what aspect does the human mind do better, and what aspect does the computer do better? And if it gets to a certain point where the aspect that man does better becomes less and less, and the aspect that the computer does becomes more and more, into maybe like a possibility like driverless cars or something like that, where yes, you could have a car that just purely takes information from the environment and self-controls itself, and possibly self-designs its own algorithms, and saying that's something of the near future. It's something that's almost here, of these computers that take the information directly from the material environment and could design their own algorithms based on that information that they've taken directly from the material environment.
Yeah, so I'm just looking up whether computers can write code. So this is from 2017, but yeah, they're talking about being able to write its own code called program synthesis, but it's still synthesized from code that it's still essentially doing what the human told it to do. That's the point. It's all down to the human ultimately coding it. The computer is really only good at comparison analysis. It can compare a bunch of different calculations way faster than we can compute them ourselves. That's what the computer is good at. But to come up with an actual architecture, i.e. the root of the computations, the computer can't do that. It can only follow commands. It can't write commands.
Well, I'm going to go. I mean, I've been starting to go over. I'm going to go over, the current state of the technology, and try to get to the bottom of what the computer can and can't do, and these concepts like deep learning, or saying the computer is better than us at recognizing patterns largely. And there's
no, it can't recognize patterns outside of its predetermined patterns. It can't create patterns. We're the ones who tell it what patterns to recognize. It's just better.
We can't do that either.
Patterns than we are.
You just said we can't recognize patterns outside of our predetermined programming either.
Yeah, but we're the product of billions of years of evolution, and computers aren't.
Well, it's hypothesis, but and even if the first computer was created and eventually the computer could take information directly from the environment and create its own algorithms, and you historically say, okay, well, the first computer was made by man, just like historical evolution, like, okay, maybe we came from monkeys. The first man was made from monkey, or some sort of basis that's irrelevant to the current state of what the computer could do. Just because man made the first computer doesn't change the fact of what the computer is currently capable of doing.
It's just it's a bigger leap than you think to go from the computer being able to synthesize code to the computer being able to answer those. Like, it can only answer a certain class of questions, which is a pretty small subset of the total field of questions. So that's the point. It doesn't scale to other fields of questions. So,
well, I think you're missing the point, that you're saying that you will have a truth discovery function that will be turned out on the material realm in totality at some point. So now you could look at like a multi-physics platform that has a truth discovery function for just one smallly defined thing defined by humans. But eventually, the hypothetical, you have a truth discovery function that will be designed to not take data extraction from human databases, but to take data extraction from the material realm. And so, okay, that's hypothetical. Maybe that will exist, maybe it won't. Maybe if you want to discuss the current state of certain technology in debate, if that's currently what's going on, like with driverless cars or various things, or multi-physics platforms, the philosophy of computers is different than the engineering of computers, and the certain issues of philosophically explaining what's going on to the current state of engineering of what's what do computers do, what don't they do, and also the power now where we're saying, like, we don't really understand this concept of deep thinking, that the computers could recognize patterns from data on their own. You could just feed data into a computer, and the computer with algorithms that were trained in by us could recognize patterns. But then the computer, we call deep learning, is recognizing patterns from the patterns. And that deep learning is not trained by human algorithms. The computer, when it recognizes patterns from patterns, is not doing that based upon human programming. It's doing it based upon what we're calling artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, where the computer internally, not based upon man-made algorithms, but based upon the algorithms derived from the man-made algorithms, are now deriving new algorithms. And saying that is the current state of computer technology, and saying that's the current state of really the computerization of international affairs in terms of supply chains and engineering, and these various things that we've turned over to the computer. And mankind is currently using these patterns that the computer has recognized, even though we don't understand how the computer pulled these patterns together. And it's like, no, it's not like, oh, man programmed the computer, therefore man understands how the computer recognized the patterns. Like, no, man programmed the
What I'm
computer,
saying
and
is
we know that
computer
we
can
don't know
only
how the
answer-
computer recognized these patterns.
the computer can only answer questions. We tell it, okay?
No, I'm saying, I mean, you got to go back to school or like research your computer science or look into deep learning and artificial intelligence.
Whatever else it discovers is in service of what it was originally programmed to discover. I'm sorry, I'm aware of how these things work. I mean, you can't deny the human element because you're making a jump from a pattern. Because a pattern is only one thing. Like, is an algorithm a pattern?
Well, everything's a pattern. I'm saying the main thing I'm focusing on is this concept of truth discovery, where you take a bunch of data, and from the data you create metadata, and from the metadata, a series of metadata till something that we're calling truth is arising from the data. And the computer, yes, I mean, it's programmed by man and there's directives, but the level of truth that could be deciphered from the data extends beyond the level of truth that's understandable to man. That's already the current condition. And man could recognize that the computer is outputting a better version of truth than we understand without understanding how the computer outputted it.
I think
that we can understand that the computer is predicting a better chess move than human players would, although we don't understand how the computer is generating that move or why the computer is generating that move.
It's generating the move because it can simulate all the different versions, and it's going for the.
No, it's not. I mean, saying that. I mean, already said that it's not based upon generating all the different versions.
Well, ultimately, yeah, these self-learning algorithms, there is they have to do all calculations and then trim them back based on which ones are predictive.
I don't think you're accurately describing how the machine learning works.
Well, what are you talking about? Neural nets? I mean, that's how the voice ID stuff worked. And that's all just pruning. So it's always going back.
I mean, voice ID is also an example where you could have man-made algorithms that use that.
They're better than humans, right?
You have man-made algorithms that the computer uses to detect voices. So you're saying that the man can't detect it, the computer can, but the computer could only do it because the algorithm that man has fed into the computer to do our bidding for it.
Yeah.
And then you have these truth discovery functions that are based upon patterns that the computer recognized itself, maybe because we programmed the computer to direct the computer to recognize it. And so the example of training data. So if you feed into the computer data and then define that data, and then based on that definition you gave the computer, you feed in a bunch of more data, and the computer works within your confines. But you could also feed in untrained data to the computer and allow the computer to make its own conclusion. So if you just had a bunch of voice data, and let's say you fed in, samples, male voice, female voice, or something, whatever initial conditions or criterion that you're giving trained data, that said the computer could know as per fact that this data signifies this pattern, as opposed to just feeding the data in and allowing the computer to figure out whatever patterns it sees itself without a direction being fed in from man. And so we're calling that truth discovery. And you could have guided truth discovery, or you could have unguided truth discovery.
You're gonna have a computer do something that you don't tell it what it is. How is that possible exactly?
you because it's just extrapolating. I mean, metadata from
I mean,
data.
even unguided truth discovery is relative to the system it's being under exploration. Like if you're talking about chess, you're talking about a finite chessboard. If you're talking about voice ID, you're talking about what's going to make one voice equal to another voice. Like what series of transformations to the voice signal on average is going to give you a higher correlated value to the actual speaker than to any other speaker.
Yeah, so this aspect is going to be the most important of probably the multiple truth hypothesis. It's going to be the most technical, and it's not technical in a way of physics. It's more technical in a way of computer programming, even the aspect of, so the original program of the machine code versus, so if it's a chess program and you're like, okay, we programmed in the rules of the game, and we programmed in
always game dependent is what is the point.
And the rules of the game include this outcome that you win the game by checkmate. So the computer has a known goal of checkmate, and then you say, okay, how do you get from the starting position to checkmate? And the computer is better at figuring that out without, I mean, not guaranteed, but you could have a computer that does better at figuring that out without any man-made programmed algorithms than just the pure processing power of self-learning, playing itself, and knowing that the outcome of the goal is checkmate. So you could have similar scenarios if you look at like weather prediction or something like that, or various functions where we use similar things like truth discovery, where you have an outcome where say the outcome is the prediction of the weather and in your sources, and you could have pre-programmed in laws of mathematics and physics and recognitions, or you could allow the computer to take in the data, train itself, recognize the data, and still have a guided outcome. And you could probably even have the computer design its own guided outcome where you say, okay, like this is checkmate, and the goal is to achieve checkmate. Now let the computer figure out the best way to do it. You could probably also have the computer design its own goal where say, okay, the purpose is to get to checkmate, and therefore we program the computer to get to checkmate. But you could allow the computer to create its own goal and then to create its own best way of achieving that goal.
How?
We just feed in the chessboard without feeding in what checkmate is, and maybe the computer will come up with checkmate, or the computer will come up with different variations or different strategies that aren't dependent on ending the game with checkmate.
Then it wouldn't be beating people, would it? Or it would have a ton of redundant computations. It's all, the point is that it's relative to the chessboard, which is something humans came up with. So every computation a computer does is always within whatever narrowly defined domain the human, like it's good for interpolation, not extrapolation.
But you're saying it's confined by the data set, and you're saying at some point if the data
defined by the axioms. The axioms in this case would be the chess pieces and what it means to win and what the size of the board is. Those would be the axioms. When you'd code that chess, algorithm, you'd have to put those things in as rules. And then based on those rules, the computer just iterates every single possible variation and combination of possible playable moves and which ones result fastest.
You don't have to. You don't have to do that. I'm saying you could just feed in a bunch of games without feeding in the rules, and the computer could figure out what the rules are just from the data. No. So if you just fed in 1 million chess games into the computer without telling the computer what the rules of chess are, so you don't think the computer could figure out what the rules of chess is just from data mining millions of games?
Yeah, but that would be a completely different program than the chess, the computer playing chess. That would be the program that would answer that question would be written differently than the program that would answer the question of what's the winning chess move. Do you
understand the concept of truth discovery?
What I'm trying to get at.
You understand the concept of
the computer cannot create. The computer cannot create itself.
Can the computer do truth discovery?
The computer can do one type of truth discovery. It can do one type of truth discovery better than we can. which is comparative analysis. So when there's very rigid confines defined for a yes or no answer, it's better at getting to the yes before we are. But they're not. The point is that not every question is structured this way. And that your ability to use a computer is basically predicated on your ability to conceive of these questions in a way that translates accurately to what a computer can do. Like, what is a computer actually doing? And really, what it is good for is fast, simple computations. As long as they're simple, it can do them quickly. What it can't do is the more structured thing. For example, the writing of its own code. That's just like one sort of indication there as to what the limit is. Because it seems like you're saying that because the computer's really good at one type of truth discovery, that therefore it's going to be able to know everything for all time. But then I'm saying, well, whatever its understanding of everything for all time was put there by humans, and how do we know that they knew everything for all time? They had models that worked. Some of the
I need to separate it. Well, I'm not like writing like a science fiction novel on the predictions of the direction of computer technology. I'm extrapolating a greater truth of what's currently done in the realm of truth discovery to using that method for the ultimate truth discovery, and as some sort of mathematical numeric rating system of this method. And so we know the computer goes through this method of data extraction, validating, value assessing, all these various forms to determine what's reliable information, and to create a numerical system to rate that information, and even to extrapolate patterns and what we'll call rules or laws purely based on the information that the computer will extrapolate those patterns into what I call even laws or on certain levels, and in some level so that's interesting in and of itself is like the science of data science, the current state. But in terms of that, extrapolating that method for a greater reality, kind of looking at, okay, humans are flawed at coming up with the truth. There is a truth, and what this truth is has basically nothing to do with us. And the factually, our ability to discover the truth is almost completely limited and almost nil. Like, man's ability to discover truth is, close to nothing. And it's okay, the computer's ability to discover truth. I'm not saying like, oh, therefore the computer will be able to figure out what truth is. Man failed, but the computer will. But I'm looking at this method that the computer uses of truth discovery in separating man's search for meaning and man's thing to an ultimate definition of truth, using this idea of truth discovery. So you keep on putting it back to, well, what about man? And saying, I don't care about man, I'm talking about truth. In essence, like, man is just in the way of truth. That okay, of course, like I'm a man and I'm limited, and the condition that I'm in is going to prevent me from understanding truth. And you keep on reminding me of that. And therefore I'm going to the computer to try to say, what is this truth separate from man? And so this example of the computer is good to say that there is a truth separate from man, that you don't need man to observe the truth or figure out the truth. That hypothetically, let's say the computer was figuring out truth, and then this method that the computer is using to figure out truth, if you extrapolate that in theory to what I'm calling the multiple truth hypothesis, but would be a mathematical method of truth discovery.
It's funny because the way I see it is that, like, computers prove that all truths are relative to the person who defined the computer algorithm that did the truth discovery in the first place. So you're saying computers are the proof of...
No, I'm not saying that at all. You're saying just like man is confined to our creator. So like, okay, it doesn't matter. Like, Judaism's all that matter because the God of the Jews is one who created everything. And, so the pre-programming, the fact that God of the Jews pre-programmed all of humanity, that's the only important factor. Like, I don't need, there's nothing beyond Judaism or from whatever axiomatic system that you're saying. The initial programmer is all that matters. And it's saying, like, no, there's such a concept as thought. And even, the initial programmer of man, is factored into our ability. But, at some point, no, there's man and we have faculty to, decipher reality and some thinking, and from there and so the computer also, like, yeah, okay, obviously, like, I don't need the history lesson to know that computers were created by man. But with this objective reality now, where we have computers, whether the history lesson of how they were created or not, versus how they function and what they're capable of doing now that they exist. And that in terms of separate, and you're saying because computers are created by man, that you can't have a computer vision of truth that's different than the man vision of truth. And I saying, no, it doesn't matter that computers were created by man. You could have a system of truth that's generated by the computer created by man that is different than the set of truth that's generated by man.
Right. But it's still relative to its initial conditions. I'm just trying to make that point, is that where you end up depends on where you start. And there's nothing outside of axioms. So there's always a beginning to the program, and that's a human who made that decision.
Well, okay, I mean, there's always a beginning to all programs, and that beginning to all programs is the God of the Jews. So it's okay. so what's the beginning of me, you, and all of creation? It's the God of the Jews. And the computer that was made by man, that was made by the God of the Jews, could be directly, back to this God of the Jews that created everything and is the motivation behind everything. But, like, no, I just want to talk. I don't want to talk about the God of the Jews that created man, that created the computer. I just want to talk about the computer now.
Okay. And you think you can separate it meaningfully from the person that makes the code, but I don't think you can. And I'm just trying to bring that point to your awareness. But you seem to want to speculate about what computers can do when there's really no evidence.
You're kind of like missing the point of what I'm talking about. I'm taking means like the truth discovery is not something that you could understand, because the truth discovery is the method that the computer uses.
Okay.
So you say, okay, man programmed the computer for truth discovery, even though we don't use truth discovery.
Okay. Got you.
So say, like, no, me and you do not understand truth discovery, even though we might be able to program a computer to do truth discovery. Because truth discovery is not the method that humans use.
Okay.
So it's saying, but what about this method of truth discovery? So you're all caught up on, like, oh, but man programmed the computer. Man doesn't use truth discovery, so truth discovery is, they're like, no.
I do think man does use truth discovery. It's just quantum versus the computer, which is not quantum.
Well, no, because that, in essence, reality is you don't realize that that's what you're doing, but I mean, that's what I think you're doing, is that you're just taking these models that I said that almost all current models of solutions to the hard problem of consciousness are this extrapolation of what the computer does and then explaining what the mind does, because now we understand that's how the computer works.
Yeah.
And so when you say the quantum mind is just a method of you explaining how computers could generate thought, because you're saying, okay, the mind can't, we don't know how the mind could generate thoughts just from a neural network. But if it was a quantum computer, maybe it could generate thoughts. And then you say, well, maybe a quantum computer by itself, without a body and mind, could generate thoughts. But it's saying basically these concepts of yours of how the quantum mind generates thought is not derived from biology or neuroscience. It's derived from computer science, and it's extrapolated from the quantum computing, how it would work for computing, to how it might explain how the mind works, not the other way around. No one went from the field of understanding brain sciences to think, oh, maybe it's a quantum computer. We went from quantum computing and computer science, and maybe this mechanism that works in computer science also explains how the brain works.
I got a lot of how I'm explaining things from signal processing.
You got everything. Saying none of it comes from neuroscience. It all comes from computer science. There's
Well, yeah,
nothing in your model that was derived from biology or neuroscience. Anything in your model
I don't
was
want to.
devised from computer science.
It's because I don't want to be wrong, and if I identify the biological mechanism incorrectly, then so if I don't identify it, I can't be wrong. Basically, is the argument. I'm it's there. Hammeroff thinks it's the mitochondrial matrix, which is possible, but it's also possible that it's something on a more subtle level, right?
You're seeing that the catalyst behind it is advancements in computer science, and the people are saying, if this is how the computer generates thoughts, maybe this also explains how the brain generates thoughts. And it wasn't someone looking at the brain and saying, "Oh, I figured out how the brain generates thought." It's no, I figured out how the machine works, and maybe from how the machine works, that also explains how the brain works.
That's not how I did it. Although I can see that I'm sure that's how some people did it.
But it's how you did it.
No, the way I did it was I understood the mind perfectly, and then I learned machines well enough to explain the mind in the language of machines.
How do you understand the mind perfectly? You didn't even take biology. You know, like a degree in neuroscience. You didn't understand the mind perfectly from understanding neuroscience.
I know I didn't learn it from neuroscience. That would not have worked. There's only one way to learn the mind perfectly.
Yeah, but saying you didn't use the scientific method, and it's saying you used. I mean, maybe like, okay, it's like Hinduism. Saying, okay, like you're saying you're a Hindu, you're not a scientist.
Well,
and the science that you did was not a science. You didn't do the science of the mind. You did computer science, and then you're just like, maybe what I did in computer science actually explains how my brain works, even though I never studied the brain.
Well, the way I feel like I did it was that I learned the mind mastery first, and then I learned the signal processing second, and then I was able to translate what I knew about the mind into the language of computers.
But you didn't learn the mind.
Yeah, I did.
From the material mechanism. You didn't.
I knew it in my past life from the spiritual mechanism.
You learned the mind. You didn't go about it through the scientific method. You went about that through introspection.
Yeah, that's correct.
Because you used the scientific method to learn signal processing. You didn't use the scientific method to examine your own mind.
Yeah, I did.
You used introspection. You didn't use introspection to figure out signal processing. You used the scientific method in experimentation.
I use signal processing to make the concepts of consciousness science easier to access for lay people. But yeah, I already knew how the mind worked. It's just a matter of.
I mean, you didn't do anything. I mean, basically, you did. I mean, you did what everyone did. You're basically a Hindu, and you were studying signal processing. And you're like, maybe signal processing could be the explanation of Hinduism. Hinduism was really. I mean, you're doing. I have a whole section of books on Kabbalah on my shelf that are the exact same thing. The person's like, I know how the mind works because I studied Kabbalah, and Kabbalah says how the mind works. And then I was studying science, and it's saying that. And so, I mean, you do what every quasi, spiritual, Kabbalistic Hindu does, and that's why it's not really scientific, because you didn't scientifically analyze the mind. You use religion, and then you're taking these scientific fields, and you're not going about a scientific explanation of the mind through a scientific method. You're saying my religion is true, and then you're taking these relatively unrelated scientific discoveries, and then you're saying, like, no, it's science. The brain produces Hinduism because of signal processing, and like, no, you don't have a near model, and it's saying like your whole model basically of is really a model of artificial intelligence, because what your model has no connection to actual. I mean, that's why JF just said like it's completely unnecessary, and there's nothing about your model that's actually based on neuroscience.
Well, yeah, because I don't want to make a mistake and be wrong.
Because you're gonna answer the question you're answering the questions, and you're going to explain the mind without studying the mind, so you can't be wrong. You're like, I want to just prove Hinduism, and I want to do this because I studied signal processing, so I'm just going to combine the two, and I don't give a crap that it doesn't correspond to the neural networks, and it doesn't correspond to the actual neurobiology. Because I say so, because like introspection in Hinduism, dude, like, don't you know my power of Hinduism and introspection?
You jealous, Doovid?
I'm just trying to use a scientific method, and that's why from the perfect, you say, okay, like I understand you're Hindu and I understand your belief system, but I'm trying to talk about your truth discovery, and it's like I understand the thought process that you're using to try to combine these ideas, and I know enough to know that you didn't derive your ideas from neuroscience or biology
There's
or
a
evidence on how
bioelectric
the mind
field.
works. You just use this model of signal processing, even though it may or may not have any connection to the brain or mind, and said, I think this explains the mind.
It doesn't
And,
explain it perfectly. It's a model that makes an approximation that is
and
intended
then I'm doing a
to
similar
understand
thing,
it
and
better.
you're like just jumping like reject, reject. When I
I'm
do it, it's
trying to
good, and
help.
when Doovid does it, it's false.
I'm trying to help your idea along so that it actually works. Because like you can have a million ideas, but for an idea to actually work, you have to get it like fine tuned down to a perfect structure. So that's what I'm trying to get you to formalize your idea in such a way that it can actually be used as an idea, like as a meme. And I'm sorry if that sounds so negative. It's just that's how it is. Like for an idea to be salient, you do have to kind of have a mastery of like reality and truth and objectivity. And even though that's very hard to do, it's
I mean, mathematically, it's the multiple truth hypothesis is going to be a function very similar to truth discovery. That's where you're saying, okay, mathematically, the description of the quantum mind is going to be very similar to the mathematics of signal processing. And how do you know that?
what I'm saying is that certain levels of it are similar.
You know that because your personal introspection corresponds to your personal study of signal processing, but not because you've had a scientific study or done anything scientific besides your study of signal processing and your introspection of your own mind.
Yeah, and I know the signal is there because there's already evidence of a bioelectric field. Like they can measure a bioelectric field. So I know it's coming from somewhere. So you're saying, well, go find the exact location it's coming from. I'm saying, I can't do that. And it doesn't really matter because it's coming from somewhere. Like, why would you need to isolate the mind in the body, considering it's not even possible to do that? I mean, there's going to be some sort of nexus where there's like a bottlenecking of energy transfer from the body to the mind and vice versa. There is going to be that, but I could find that. All I need is the observation devices to do it. And I could do that easily, but the hard part is on the other side of the question. It's not where is it in the physical, it's what does it mean in the abstract sense. So I don't really think me not having studied biology is going to be counting against me, because I'm not even saying that the mind isn't a literal computer. I'm saying how it is the same and different from what
But
we
it's saying you don't actually have a theory of mind.
a theory of mind. I'm saying it's a quantum computer. It's a thing that does
What's a quantum computer? You're saying the brain is a
Okay,
quantum computer?
remember the diagram. Remember the diagram that you had of the multiverse when you had the red circles around it.
Well, I had her saying one of these
Yeah,
slides, one of the tag mark slides.
Yeah, you were sharing the slides, and they had red circles around them, and it was like a tapestry of the multiverse. That was what it was a drawing representing. Do you know what I mean?
I'm not sure. I mean, I might be able to find it, but I'm not sure. Maybe.
Anyway, you can't remember that. Damn it! It was like.
Well, just from your description, like, I mean, I the slide had over 70 slides.
Okay, sorry.
She was saying the slide that had some red in it, multiverse slide that had some red in it. Like
It had red circles going around universes. Like it was meant to model different universes, all like in bubbles next to each other.
Yeah, that's Tegmart's level 2.
Yeah.
I mean, probably you mean Tegmart's level 2.
So when you're saying like the mind is a quantum computer, like think of every person as one universe in that, and having like one quantum computer, and that's like the total consciousness field, and it's a unified field, i.e. it has like
Yeah, I mean, I understand your model, but it's saying your model isn't based on a study of physical reality. And saying that the quantum that's not based on a neurological basis of the brain.
That's true.
your model is based on signal processing that you haven't studied the brain. So you're saying, well, signal processing, I know the brain has like neurons and like,
Yeah.
and Penrose Hameroff and quantum things, but you don't know anything about the brain. You only know something about signal processing. So you're just hypothetical that like, well, I know the brain's got a bunch of electric signals in it. So maybe even though I don't know anything about the brain, I could have a theory of quantum mind.
Yeah, I guess I am saying that. I thought it was more prudent to be a master of physics than a master of biology. Plus, to attempt.
And then
to
you're saying that, okay, do you need a brain for quantum mind? Can minds exist without a body? In your theory, do you need does there have to be a body for a mind, or are there minds without bodies?
Yeah, there's minds without bodies, but they can't do all the same things, right? Like there's stuff your body can do that it can only do the things that are sort of conscribed to its own domain, right? But yeah, it can, like, there's always energy going into your mind from your body when you're alive.
So I think I proved my point that this thing that your theory of quantum mind is really largely based on computer science, not biology.
Yeah, that's true. That's
I
definitely.
mean, what your theory being true or not, like saying it's kind of this is based on the assumption that the mind is a computer and that the mind operates in a similar way to computer, and all of the empirical proof that you have to your theory is not based on how anything in the human body works, but based off how the computer works.
It's based off of how the human body works, and because we have computers that we built, then it's sometimes helpful to explain how we work within the context of how they work, because we're more complex than they are.
But any example of what you were doing, you wouldn't be using a human, you would be using a computer to demonstrate your ideas.
Yeah, well, that's the whole, I mean, even in my model, even the universe is a quantum computer. So yeah, everything is modeled using computers. So if you want to look at it that way, but it sort of goes to the essence of what a computation is, which is a waveform reduction. So yeah, that's that reminds me of the new theory on JFs that he was talking about.
That's why I had to go so much out of the philosophy of science just to frame it. You're saying that even to question that, where you probably don't have enough of background in the philosophy of science to realize the important questions, and then frame where your theory comes out on these important questions, like is truth independent or dependent on mind? And so generally the scientific realism say truth is mind independent. And so is your version of quantum mind, you're saying, is truth mind dependent or mind independent? And then various repercussions that how you answer these questions about truth being mind dependent or mind independent, and then the implications of these axioms, I guess.
Well, it depends what you mean by mind, right? Subjective mind or objective mind?
Well, I mean, so, okay, one thing, is it possible that there is no such thing as mind? Mind is an illusion, or whatever you're saying. But is there a truth of the material reality that has nothing to do with mind, or
No.
it even could define mind, or that there's a realm that, but these various things that generally scientific realism is saying truth is mind independent, and therefore you have truth discovery at a computer, even though man, so to say, programmed the computer. Truth is mind independent, and therefore a mechanism. You could use the human mind to discover truth. You could use the human mind to create a computer, but because truth is mind independent, that there's yeah, I mean, so I mean, really, I mean, it's going in circles with this philosophy of science, and obviously these philosophy of science questions are still hotly debated, And that's one of the problems with the current state of science, is that these schools where generally most people believe in scientific realism and that truth is mind independent, but on a personal level, most people that isn't so clear, and most people intuitively do believe in some sort of mind dependent truth, even though systematically and systemically, axiomatically, almost universally, science, we believe in a mind independent truth.
I think that if you define mind to be human consciousness mind, you're going to have trouble when you observe the objective universe, because the universe has a mind, which
That's
is
a supplication axiom. It's saying we don't even know what we are, what the origin of our mind, if we have a mind, any of these things. And,
yeah, exactly.
And we have to use, so to say, science in order to answer these very questions. That the problem of empiricism is, how do we use something that we can't define to come up with truth? And so the same problem that how does Doovid or Jennifer come up with truth? And saying, well, you can't really, because you have to answer the hard problem of consciousness just to come up with how Doovid or Jennifer could produce truth. So when you put well, there's some sort of truth discovery going on that you might your versus how does the computer go about looking for truth, and then how do you objectively define truth? And you say, okay, and so you have this hypothesis based on your own introspection or your belief in Hinduism, that you believe in a mind-dependent truth. But at the same time, you have allegiance to the scientific method, even though you're postulating unscientific axioms.
Well, what I'm saying, that I know what the non-living root of consciousness is, and
through what? Not through science, through introspection, or through like Hinduism.
through science, and through
How through science?
all the periodic table existing.
But how's that? How's your knowledge of that? How did you use science to determine that?
To determine what exactly?
Well, I mean, I don't have to pull through the basic philosophy of science, and saying like either you care about it and you'll study it, or you'll.
The thing is, you're saying there's a duty on me to understand biology, and what I'm saying is what's going on is not really on the level of what people understand as biology right now. Biology is very limited. Signal processing is obviously also limited, but it's less limited because they have complex systems which are understood by people, like an algorithm, for example.
Well, I mean, it's like basically J.F.'s critiques on Freud is his same critique on you. Is that Freud just has a bunch of ideas that's not based on a material reality of the brain. And I mean, it's really the same critique J.F. is giving you. You just have a bunch of ideas that are based on your own introspection or unrelated fields.
Okay, and I would just say,
if you're trying to answer the question of mind, study the mind.
Yeah, that's not the brain.
Okay, like signal processing might be related. That okay, the mind obviously uses signal processing, electricity, and magnetism. But if you want to answer how the mind from signal processing, use the signal processing in the brain, not in the computer. You can't derive an explanation of mind from your studies in computer science. You have to apply those studies in computer science to the mechanism at hand, which is the brain.
Yeah, you're equating the mind and the brain. They're not the same thing.
Well, I mean, obviously that's something we don't have to regurgitate the debates of the philosophy of science.
So you're saying because I'm going to be making proclamations about the mind, I must study the brain. And I'm saying the brain is merely the focal point in the physical world of the mind. It does not dictate the mind in general and anything more than projecting it. The mind has its own mechanical machinations regardless of where it's being simulated from, which we can say, yeah, it's the brain, but actually it's more like the whole central nervous system that projects the mind. So that's why it's quantum, is because it's everywhere at once, restricted to just one body. So yeah, there is an element of computation, but like there's a difference between computing and sensing, and computing and experiencing, I guess. And the problem is that the external world also performs waveform reduction. Like what we experience as consciousness is waveform reduction and non-living matter also undergoes waveform reduction. So like everything, anytime anything is doing anything, it's waveform reduction. And so to draw a line between mind and matter proves to be impossible, because what we know as mind comes from matter, i.e. brain. It's just very counterintuitive, I guess. But no, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't feel like I need to study the brain, quote unquote, or neurological studies. I mean, it's not like I've ignored them completely. I'm aware of what people are saying, but those models, they don't posit a quantum mind. They say it's electrical, don't they? Actually, I'm not even sure if they give an answer for what consciousness is.
Well, as JF said, that as of now, there's no reason to posit a quantum mind. I'm saying it's all likely that it arises completely from electrical neural activity in the brain, and that there's no reason to assume that you need to come on to anything quantum to explain any of these phenomena, that the current explanations within the realm of electrical signals is sufficient. And that's what JF. That's what JF argued to you when you why he rejected your arguments. And he said it wasn't necessary that the current explanation is sufficient. That there's no demand for your explanation, and then the epistemological flaws in your axiomatic system, where I mean, it's just the difficulty generally in building up a system, but let alone your own. But I mean, from my perspective, we basically you're kind of like a Hindu capitalist, where you're just loosely applying the scientific method and a few rules of science to your Hinduism.
Well, I incorporate as much as I could.
But it's saying the basis of your axioms is Hinduism, not science. You've just applied aspects of the scientific method to your Hinduism.
Well, I would say that what's known as the scientific method is just an attribute of Hinduism. And that's the point I'm trying to make here. It's not very hard for me, is the point. Because there's other stuff way harder than this. And this is the thing people are struggling with. So it's like,
yeah. So that's why I'm coming on to the multiple truth. I mean, I see what you're trying to do, and like I'm trying to do a similar thing, and the framework of just like another person rationalizing their
religious bias,
rationalizing their religious bias with a few scientific things they pick out here and there. That's say, okay, that's what everyone's doing.
Yeah, that's what everyone is literally doing. But somebody's going to be more right than others, and that somebody is me. And if you can make criticism,
that's the multiple truth hypothesis. That rather than just these fantasies of it's like I am God, and there's like no, I am God.
Oh God.
And then you're saying like no, that's the multiple truth hypothesis. We don't need like Claire and Gandalf and Jennifer arguing about who is God.
I never said I was God. I just said I have the best axioms.
Yeah, I'm saying in essence, that's your axiom. Your axiom is that I am God.
No, I said I have the best axioms. And part of my axioms
is your axiom.
God doesn't take birth. That's part of my axioms. God doesn't take birth. So how can I think I'm God if part of my axioms is that God doesn't take birth?
Because your I isn't when you say I and your I connected to your theories, you're not referring to the I that took birth. You're referring to something greater that has some greater access to truth, and that so hence you're skirting the problems of empiricism by basically saying, well, I am God. You're saying the element of me that's coming up with these theories is beyond the limitations of empiricism, because it's that introspection that you could somehow, so it's Platonic in origin, that introspection, and then with a smack of Aristotelian seasoning. So basically you're Platonic with like a smack of Aristotelian seasoning.
A schmeckle?
Yeah.
See, I have a problem, Doovid. I never studied either of those guys. I have no clue what they said. And all I know about Plato is that he said something about pure forms. Sorry. And the cave. The cave. I know about the cave. I know all about the cave. And now you're saying my system sounds like them? Platonism with a smattering of Aristotle? Yeah, I mean, what's wrong with a little idealism? I like it.
Okay, so I guess it's more than enough, and hopefully I'm going to do a stream or two on chess this week, and hopefully move forward on these ideas a little bit and just show people how difficult it is, and show people you maybe see Jennifer, someone who's not well versed in the philosophy of science, and the possibly the difficulty that causes her to express her ideas, and what I'm trying to aim for in the multiple truth hypothesis in terms of what is this concept of truth discovery, in terms of truth discovery as it's known in computer science and artificial intelligence, and same with Jennifer is what do we know about signal processing, and to take that towards a quantum mind, but to frame these deep in the realm of the philosophy of science, and this appreciation of this difficult question, what is truth, and saying that you really have to appreciate what a difficult question that is in order to appreciate the profundity of the answer to that question, and it's not even the multiple truth hypothesis isn't really answering that question. It's a way of skirting the question and working with it to the best of our ability. But I think it's getting more developed, and hopefully it'll get more mathematized. And I think as Jennifer understands it better, it'll actually benefit her in working with her system, and explaining her system, and the utility of the system. But we'll see that moving forward, and I guess thanks for another
I
weekend review.
appreciate your feedback, because I don't want to get boring. I want to stay relevant.
Well, I mean, I already go to I didn't go this week, but I'm a Hindu basically, and I understand this concept. Most Indian body people, but these kind of people that have this Hinduized scientific amalgamated view, where they think their Hinduism and science are perfectly corresponding, but really they have so little. Even though they might be scientists, they might work in the field of science, but their knowledge of the philosophy of science is really limited, that they don't realize that they don't have a coherent, well thought out system. And maybe your background in physics, but it's saying the philosophy of science is very important, and people are naturally, the nature of dissonance. It's difficult to recognize that we don't have well thought out, coherent, consistent systems, and the nature to diminish the options that we don't choose. The nature of dissonance, that whatever reason, it's a well-known trend that the options that we reject get diminished and biased against them, and so to create a framing a mechanism that recognizes that, at least to say that, even though it's impossible for me to objectively search for the truth, at least to have some sort of mechanism that if conceivably I was actually just looking for the truth, that I would have some sort of venue or mechanism to frame how I'm going about that search.
Awesome, yeah. And hopefully we can go into the axioms a little more next week. So I guess we'll wrap it up for now. We've been going for, oh my gosh, 5 hours and 15 minutes. How time flies when I'm with Doovid.
Yeah, so 5 hours, 15 minutes, and we accomplish nothing. Another week in review.
No, it's about practicing talking. I think we are accomplishing something good, because it's like practicing putting forth ideas, Communication is important. And obviously I can get better, I can get better with my theory. And
Well, it's okay. Like
you're saying, it's kind of
I
fun.
go to a synagogue full of people who think that they're right, even though the evidence is stacked against them. And I go to a Hindu temple full of people who think they're right, even though the evidence is stacked against them. And you say, well, okay, that's the nature of human reality. And
Denial.
well, you would say, well, dissonance. You're saying that, yeah, even if you call it denial, but no, it's a science of dissonance, and it's a science of the reality of living where the truth is beyond us, where we don't actually know the truth. And saying it's not denial because in just this assumption that, oh, you should have known the truth and you were just denying it. It's like, no, you shouldn't have known the truth. It's near impossible to know the truth. And it's not like a science of denial. It's a science of dissonance, of the fact that we live in largely shrouded in mystery, where the truth is unbeknownst to even the best of us. And then it's like, okay, but at the same time, you have everybody that counterintuitively thinks they know the truth, even though they don't. So it's like, okay, Doovid, who, it's like Socrates or something. Doovid, who has a better grasp on truth than almost anybody, is in utter denial that I have anything better than a framework for at least getting at truth, as where everybody else, almost everybody else, thinks that they have the truth, and it's not even a question or a problem, something that they thought about, as where the person who thought about it most of my life, like, realizes how distant we are from truth. So, it's because it's kind of like, Doovid is teaching a bunch of people who think they know about truth, when, according to Doovid's estimation, Doovid knows very little about truth. And according to the estimation of the people listening to me, they all know a lot about truth. So it's like, why the hell am I listening to Doovid teach me about truth when I know a lot about it and he knows very little about it? So, yeah, it's a difficult, framework, but you're saying that's the nature of dissonance, is to recognize work within that, your reality. And that's why I'm trying to move it to this computerized concept of truth discovery, to say there is a computerized method to looking for truth, in the same way that Jennifer is extrapolating theory of mind largely based on computer science, that is basically what everyone is doing, because it's easier to understand the computer than it is to understand the mind.
What did you call it? Mental prosthesis.
From the Koslin from Harvard.
I was just going to say the computer is a mental prosthesis.
Well, the computer, that's a prime example of, even Koslin uses that the calculator is a form of prosthesis. He talks about social prosthesis, but the computer is a form of a prosthesis. And if you're looking at it like, the computer is just a prosthesis, it can't tell you about truth because it's just something artificially we created to do something for us. And so when you truly understand truth, you understand how distant our concept of truth is from the actual truth. And maybe that will help to understand the role of the computer in searching for this truth. But it's saying that the dissonance comes from the fact that it's counterintuitive, because most people think they have a very strong grasp of truth and reality. And, the reality is the opposite, is that people have a very a small grasp of truth and reality. And it's natural for them to think that their grasp of reality is much better than it actually is. And, obviously anyone knows the classics, so like Socrates is only wise in his knowledge of how little he knows. And the difference between Socrates and the masses is that Socrates knows he's an ignoramus, is where the masses all think that they're wise.
I've definitely come up against these questions before. I'm happy with where I settled on them, like the axiom question and the aesthetic
it's just
question.
like, you're happy with your Hinduism. It's like, yeah, I'm happy with my Judaism. Like, it's the God of the Jews. Like, like you're happy with your Hinduism, of course, obviously. Just like, most Jews are happy with their Judaism, or a certain amount. No, that's pretty much good for me. Like, God of the Jews, created the world. What else do you need to know?
I get it. All right. Well, I think we'll say goodbye for now. It's been a great show, and look forward to the next one. Thanks for coming.
Okay.
Doowovid. It was nice to see you, and thanks to everyone in the audience for watching. Really appreciate that, and to the new subscribers, thank you so much. Looking forward to getting 1,000 subs there. It would be very helpful.
Yeah, enough of the poor woman's physics. And anyone, I guess people, the utility of my streams, like I'll probably post on Twitter when I do my chess stream, but it's one of those things I'm not really sure how much utility there is to a person watching live if you're in the chat or watch it or comment. But it's largely going to be me reading and commenting on scientific papers. So, but people do enjoy that. Please be in the chat and be active. I'll do my best to be active. Okay, so are you just going to sign off, or should I sign off, or you're going to do some clips or something?
I'll just say goodbye.
Okay, so have a great week and be in
You
touch.
too. Talk to you soon. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you next Sunday, if not sooner.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
they control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?